You ready, Athena?
Recording in progress.
Okay, we're recording.
Okay. Good evening. It is June 27th, 2022, and pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021, extended by Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2022, this meeting is being conducted via remote means. Some of us are in the town council room, others are on Zoom. I'll call upon each counselor by name. At that time, please unmute and let me know that you can hear us and we can hear you. And we will then make sure you mute your mic again. Shalini Bell-Milne.
Present.
Pat DeAngelis.
Present.
Anna Devlin Gothier.
Present.
Lynn Griesmer's present. Mandy Jo Haneke.
Present.
Anika Lopes. Not yet. Michelle Miller.
Here.
Dorothy Pam. Not yet. Pam Rooney is absent tonight. Kathy Shane.
Here.
Andy Steinberg.
Present.
Jennifer Taub.
Present.
Alicia Walker.
Here.
Thank you. There's no chat room. There are actually two meetings this evening. This first one is a public forum with regard to appropriations for North Common improvements. We will begin with a very brief 2 to 3 minute presentation, and then we will move on to public comment. So with that, I'm going to call on Dave Zomack, Assistant Town Manager, to go ahead with the presentation.
Sure,
I'm
thank
sorry.
you.
Before you do that, Dorothy Pam, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. If I could ask Athena to put up the first slide, and I'll quickly go through 4 or 5 slides.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you very much, Lynn, for having us tonight for this public forum. I'm joined by Planning Director Chris Bestrup. I will be very brief. There's a memo in your packet explaining the history of the project. And of course, we as staff and the council have talked about this project for a number of years. Obviously, the focus tonight is about the appropriation of funds and the requirements of accepting a recently announced $827,000 federal Land and Water Conservation Fund grant. The area that we are talking about improving is the North Common, as outlined in this slide. If I could have the next slide, please, Athena. The project status, we have highlighted some of these items before. But the overall project budget is about $1.8 million. The council some months back reviewed a very exciting and very well designed plan done by DPW with input from the planning staff, the historical commission, and many, many public forums over the last 3 to 5 years. The next step is, as I said, tonight's council vote on the Land and Water Conservation Fund funding for the project to match CPA dollars. DPW and planning will be finalizing the fine print, the dotting the I's and crossing the T's on the plan this summer and fall, and we'll go out to bid in the early fall with a construction date of April or May 2023. Next slide, please. And again, these are some images that were taken from a presentation and some work that Weston and Sampson did with us. And the idea behind this project, just to remind the council and anyone watching tonight, is really to activate the space. We know it's in dire need of attention. It hasn't really received any funding or significant attention for years. but the idea is to activate the space, to make it beautiful, to make it inviting, to make it accessible, places for people to relax and eat and dine and gather. Next slide, please. I'm not going to go into detail, but this is the plan. It includes ADA walkways, new plantings. We're retaining as many of the trees as possible. We're creating a large space in front of the town hall for gatherings such as Memorial Day, Veterans Day, the Merry Maple celebration, and many more. The idea is to make this an even more inviting place for people, the community, and organizations within our community to gather. Next slide, please. Just some of the ideas, and these are not necessarily what we are creating, but ideas for ADA accessibility, to make walkways, to make inviting spaces, to both deal with some of the complexities of the site, like erosion and topographic changes, but to really make it a place where people feel comfortable and safe to sit down with family and friends and gather and enjoy our community. And be part of what makes Amherst great. So hardscaping different areas, places for seating, places for shade, but also sun, to read a book or to gather with friends and share a cup of coffee or throw a disc with the kids. Next slide, please. Again, showing just an illustrative image of what could take place, whether it be Veterans Day, Memorial Day, and other important events such as those in our community. And finally, here is an overall budget showing the CPA funds that have already been allocated, the new grant that was just recently announced, and the timeline. And I think there's one more slide in conclusion, showing a winter scene with ADA accessibility and hardscape, and perhaps a new Merry Maple. As we know, the Merry Maple is suffering from old age and disease, and we may need to move in a different direction with choosing a new Merry Maple on the North Common. So with that, I will conclude. Thank you, Lynn.
Thank you. We let the record show that we concluded our presentations at 6:38. I need to confirm, Anika Lopes, that you can hear us and we can hear you.
I can hear you.
Thank you. So at this point, the audience, it is open for questions and comments. Residents are welcome to express their views for up to 3 minutes at the discretion of the council and based on the number of people who wish to speak. And we actually do this as more of a dialogue. So if you have questions, you can actually ask them and we'll attempt to answer them. So if you are in the audience and you would like to ask a question or make a comment, please raise your hand. The floor will be open for public comment or questions until 6:43. Thank you. At this point, just for the purposes of the public, there are 5 people in the audience on Zoom, and Martha Hanner has her hand up. And so we'd like to invite Martha into the room, and please go ahead and make your comment.
Okay, yeah, Martha Hanner, District 5. My apologies, I just logged in, and so I'm not clear. Is this the general public comment portion?
Thank you, Martha, for asking. No, this is the public forum comment on the North Common.
Oh, okay. Oh, I will make a comment on that then. I would like to know when the parking places are rearranged, will there still be places for accessible parking, that is for a van to park where a ramp can be lowered for a person with a wheelchair to get out. I know there had been some concern about that.
Okay, I'm going to turn it back to David and Chris Brestrup and the town manager.
I'm happy to jump in there. Great question. Thank you very much, Martha. Yes, the answer is absolutely yes. We will, DPW's plans include ADA spaces along Boltwood, and we will again be working closely with our engineering team at DPW as well as our building commissioner to make sure we meet or exceed all ADA and accessibility requirements for the project, and also for any associated spaces that are needed. We know that a number of people, who do use the current spaces in the lot need to come into town hall or visit other businesses or visit Grace Church. So we will be including spaces in that area to replace the ones that are lost in the main lot, if you will.
Okay, so
Martha, did you have another comment or question?
so then the ramp to let the wheelchair out would not be going out into the street. It would be going out into a safe place where there was no traffic, right?
I am not an engineer, but I don't believe we can have a ramp from a parking space go out into traffic. But we will work with our engineers who are very skilled and experienced at creating ADA spaces for, in our downtown and in our village center. So we will, as I said, meet or exceed all the standards for accessible spaces around town hall and the greater vicinity around town hall.
Okay, thank you.
I want to keep the line open for the public. If you have questions later when we vote on the regular agenda. Shalini?
I just wanted to add for public information that that anyone with a sticker, with the disabilities sticker, can park anywhere. And I didn't know that till recently, so I just wanted to add that to the comment so public knows that if you have that sticker, you don't have to park just in the places reserved for handicap parking.
Thank you. Are there other people in the audience? We now have 6 people in the audience on Zoom. We assume there are others on Amherst Media. Are there other people in the audience who would like to ask a question or make a comment at this time on the issue of the North Common? The public forum will remain open so that there is as much time for questions as there was for presentation. Again, we're accepting comment on the public, on the North Common. This is the public forum devoted specifically to that appropriation of money. So we're going to leave it open for 1 more minute. Am I correct, Athena?
It's 6:45, so we've met the charter requirement that half the meeting time be devoted to public comment.
Okay. All right. Then, given that we have met the charter requirement for the public forum, I'm going to adjourn the public forum. We're staying on the same link and the same station on Amherst Media, and we're moving on to our regular town council meeting. Good evening. It is June 27th, 2022. As mentioned earlier, we are doing this based on the extension of Chapter 22 for the Acts of 2022, which allows us to meet remotely. Given that we have a quorum of the council present, I'm calling the June 27th, 2022 regular town council meeting to order at 6:46. I have already checked with each counselor to make sure they can hear us and we can hear them. And I don't see that we have lost anybody at this point. So just to remind people on the council, if you have technical difficulties, please let either Athena and or me know. We're going to move on to the announcements. I'm waiting for Athena to, there we go. And you can see that we also have, our next meeting is not until July 18th. We will have a public forum at that time on the Community Preservation Act funds that are being recommended as part of funding for the Amherst Regional High School track and field improvements. And we also have a regular town council meeting that day. And each of our committees is scheduled to meet over these next couple of weeks. And I believe that is sufficient there. Okay. We have no hearing, and so we're going to move to general public comment. Again, I'm going to ask all people who would like to make general public comment to raise their hand now. Right now, I see 5 hands. Are there other people who would like to make general public comment? This is the only general public comment this evening. Okay, we have 6 hands. Residents are welcome to express their views for up to 3 minutes. And that's based on the number of people that have presently raised their hands. The council will not engage in a dialogue or comment on a matter raised during general public comment. To participate, you either need to use the raise hand function or the phone function. And I'm going to start with Evan Naismith. Please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, but wait one moment. Athena, are we going to have a clock?
I'll be brief today.
Okay. Thanks, Evan. Let's go ahead and we'll be working on getting the clock going.
Sure.
Go ahead.
So yes, Evan Naismith, he, his, District 5. So Joe Biden once said, "Show me your budget and I'll tell you what your values are." You can clearly hear from public comments that we, the people of Amherst, value reparations. Please keep the following in mind. Reparations are an investment that benefits all of Amherst. Reparations are public safety. Reparations are infrastructure. Reparations are economic vitality. We elected you because you represent the values of our community. Fully fund our economic future. Fully fund reparations for Amherst. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Evan. Cam Howard, please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Thank you. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Cam Howard, and I'm here, past national co-chair of NCOBRA, the National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America. I currently serve with Reparations United, an organization that seeks to synchronize local reparations efforts nationally. I'm very excited about tonight's vote here in Amherst. I'm excited because of its potential for national implications. We push strongly for federal bill HR 40, which looks like it would be implemented through a presidential executive order. The energy around reparations in America is strongly centered locally. Some people think that local reparations are not reparations, but they are in fact the purest form of reparations. In my pamphlet, Laying the Foundation for Local Reparations, I call it reparations triage. Communities are looking at the 1, 2, or 3 things that are most negatively affecting the Black community as a result of the generations of crimes, harms, and atrocities that were directed to these communities and are now showing that they can deliver resources to redress them in ways that begin to counter the conditions from injury to repair. This, as I stated, not only benefits Blacks in their communities, it has national implications. And it also benefits whites in the communities, as your first public speaker testified. When the Federal Commission is established, they have a mandate to present federal proposals for repair. Those proposals will either be theoretical or they'll be from actual existing programs that are being implemented on the local levels. Will there be a national program from Amherst that can be scaled up to the national level? I don't know, but I can tell you 2 things. If you do not have a reparations program, you will not be considered. And 2, if you do have a program, it will have to be considered because there's a mandate for it to be so. So will Amherst, like Topeka, Kansas, set a stage for national reparations, national redress, national justice to the African community, like the Board of Education decision that desegregated all schools across America? Amherst has the ability to do so tonight with your vote. And I wish that you submit a positive vote for the resources that are targeted. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us this evening. Martha Hanner, please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
I'm Martha Hanner from District 5, and I urge the council to vote against assigning the $2 million to the African Heritage Reparations Assembly at this time. Reparations are important, but we need to consider the timing. Amherst is on the threshold of a new era for racial justice and equity with the establishment of CRESS, the alternate responders, and a new Department of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. All 3 are important, the reparations, CRESS, and DEI. All need our support, all need long-term funding, but all need to work together. And I believe that voting to earmark the $2 million tonight, 1 week before Pamela Young, our new DEI director, begins, seems highly inappropriate. Out of respect for our new DEI director, who is coming on board in just 1 week and whom you approved just last month, I would urge you to postpone your decision until Pamela Young is on board. You have a chance to consult with her, hear her priorities, and then consider the overall long-term funding for all the important diversity, equity, and inclusion programs we need, which of course includes the reparations. All of them will need funding, and of course it's going to be tough decisions for our council. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us, Martha. Darcy Dumont, please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Oops. Can you hear me now?
We can.
Hi, my name is Darcy Dumont and I live in South Amherst. I'm commenting tonight in support of the Zero Waste Amherst proposal to provide universal compost pickup in Amherst. According to the Zero Waste Amherst website, the proposal has a lot of support in town. I would hope that the town council provides a thorough airing of all the issues involved and ultimately supports the proposal. The CWA proposal has four main elements, which together would reduce our trash by 40%, impacting our climate and air pollution, both here and in climate justice communities where we send our waste. They are these four things: changing from resident subscription services with the big national hauler to a contract with the town that we can control, including in that contract curbside compost pickup that would divert compost from our waste stream, processing and using the compost locally, and creating a pay-as-you-throw fee structure based on the amount of trash produced to further incentivize waste reduction. The organizations that I mentioned who support it include the Board of Health, who endorsed it in January and asked the town council to move it forward then and again recently, the Energy and Climate Action Committee, the Amherst League of Women Voters, Climate Action Now, Mothers Out Front, Common Share Food Co-op, Amherst Sunrise, the UMass Farm, and others, including the statewide Sierra Club. So again, you're going to be hearing more from me about this, but again, I ask for all of your support to move this forward when it comes up, hopefully soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us, Darcy. Phyllis Labanowski. Please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
My name is Phyllis Labanowski and I live in North Amherst. And I am here to support this $2 million request by the African Heritage Reparation Assembly. You know, I tend to be a really physically conservative person because I was raised working class. I live on a shoestring budget as an elder. I was an artist. And when I see the kind of money being spent in Amherst and all of our big projects, I think, $2 million. Yes, this is the beginning. This is the beginning of a moment, of a historic moment that Amherst can be out in front of. And in some respects, I believe that this is also about trust, because I know there's been questions about, well, you know, the money will come once we know what folks want to do with it. And maybe the folks on the committees say, once we know how much money we have, we'll be able to figure out what we want to do. I say, let's just trust our sisters and brothers who are making this decision. There are always huge projects in front of a town. There is never enough fiscal finance to be able to do it. There is never good timing to do these kinds of things. And I really hope that tonight, this committee and the other folks who are here will help bring this to fruition finally. It is our moral obligation at this time. And let's not wait. Let's just do it, because this is just the beginning of a 400-year reparation. So thank you very much. And please, please, please vote yes on this.
Thank you for joining us, Phyllis. I assume Irv in this case is Dr. Irv Rhodes. Please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
My name is Irv Rhodes and I live in the great district of District 5 here in South Amherst. I would like to say that I'm rather baffled by the opposition, or at least some opposition to the funding that the AHRA is requesting. I am a member of AHRA. The reason why I'm baffled is that we are not trying to displace anyone who's in the funding stream, i.e. the DEI department, the firemen, or CRESS. We're not trying to displace anyone in that order, or any other budget priority that the council may decide is a budget priority. What we are seeking is actually pretty unique. We are saying that any free cash coming out as a surplus of the town budget that the AHRA would be receiving an amount equal to that, which is would be coming out of the which would be modeled after the cannabis fund. We're not asking for cannabis money, and it needs to be made clear. We're not asking for cannabis money. We're asking for that which would be similar to, modeled after the cannabis money coming out of surplus. And I want to emphasize surplus. This is after Crest has been financed, fire department, DEI, all other priorities that the town has in their budget has been funded and has been funded through that year. And at the end of that year, there is a surplus. And that surplus then there's a designated free cash. And we're asking for that. We're not replacing anyone. We're not saying we're replacing any program, project, etc. We're not asking anyone to stand in back of us. In fact, what we are doing is doing this. We're saying, hey, all of you programs, you're at the table, you're eating all you can eat. And after you've ate all that you can eat, and that which you have left over, that's what we want. And that is fair. This is unique. It's not displacing anyone. So I'm baffled by opposition to this. It's astonishing to me. No other program, project, committee, or etc. funded by the town has asked to be funded this way. None of them. So in terms of priorities, we're not asking to be a priority in terms of the regular budget. We're just saying we want that which is left over. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Herb. Robin Rue Simmons, please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Good evening. My name is Robin Rue Simmons, and I live in Evanston, Illinois. I am here tonight in full support and really encouraged that you are introducing for support $2 million for reparations. I want to first thank the city or the town of Amherst and the leaders on the council, as well as the leaders of the African Heritage Reparations Assembly, for your leadership, for your thoughtfulness, and how long you have investigated and researched this work, how much education you have, public education and community education you have engaged in to get to this point in your process. I want to thank you for establishing this committee of community leaders to inform the work, and ask that you support their recommendation with passing this $2 million contribution. Local reparations is in full momentum. I'm sure you've heard about Amherst being one of the first, but there are now over 100 municipalities that are looking at this form of racial justice, reparative justice, and Amherst is among those leaders. So thank you for that initial resolution. We have not seen any interference with the goals of federal reparations. In fact, we've seen the support expanded since 2019 when this local initial happened. We have seen now 218 House sponsors and yes votes combined for federal reparations. And we are seeing our Congresswoman lead sponsor in full support and thanking municipalities for this type of legislation. In terms of any type of constitutional challenge or illegal process, we have seen in Evanston, Illinois, where I'm a resident, we have already begun to disperse reparations. And we know that there are those in this country that are against it, but we have a narrowly tailored framework, a legal framework that is in direct correlation to the harm. And we have successfully implemented and now are dispersing reparations in Evanston. And then as it relates to your DEI leader that's coming, that is great news for your community. But I believe that the work is for that professional to implement the direction and the recommendation of the African Heritage Reparations Assembly. and that is to set aside $2 million to do the work of reparations. The priorities have been established by the people, the community of Amherst, the assembly that was appointed to do this work, and the council. So my hope is that Amherst continues leading in the way that you have thus far in the local reparations movement, inspiring national momentum for reparations and racial justice, and that you do move forward with this $2 million. Thank you again for reaching out to institutions like NCOBRA and NARC and the African American Redress Network, for your community members coming to convene with other national leaders on their own time. Thank you for this time for public comment.
Thank you for joining us and for coming to quote to Amherst again, even by video. Thank you. Kathleen Anderson, please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Yes, my name is Kathleen Anderson. I live in South Amherst. I'm a former elected official for the town of Amherst, and I want to thank everyone for your service. I understand what that is and what in the time commitment that is involved. So please stay energized. Your work is very important to our town. Other speakers have taken some of the words out of my mouth to support the $2 million set aside for the Amherst Heritage Reparations Assembly. It is time that reparations be awarded to our town, by our town, so that those who are of African heritage can fully experience life and can fully expand our understanding of who we are as a people, and to expand and enrich our children for future generations. So I'll be brief in my comments. Others have, like I said, spoken quite eloquently toward the support of the reparations. I do definitely agree that the diversity and inclusion new director will be encouraged by the African Heritage Assembly to create programs that are beneficial. So again, thank you for your work. Thank you for your effort. The reparations is definitely due. It is past due. Others have received reparations in our country, and now it is the time for our citizens to acknowledge that reparations are owed to citizens of African heritage. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you for joining us. Dr. Demetria Shabazz, please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Hello, yes, can you all hear me?
We can.
Great, I'm Dr. Demetria Shabazz, as you stated. I'm part of the district, and I just want to concur and also emphasize what my brother Irv Rhodes presented, that DEI and CRESS, it supports everyone in this community. And it's not an issue that, you know, we conflate DEI, and now we're conflating CRESS with other equity programs that benefit everyone in the community. The truth is that reparations for Black Americans is about redressing the long history of oppression in this community, and specifically the racial wealth gap that is further widening due to these past 2 years. So I'm in support of the $2 million to fund for reparations in Amherst, and I think it's money that is well spent to put our folks from the African diaspora on equal footing. Lastly, I want to ask about an update having to do with Amherst Media and its temporary move. I want to know about the connectivity that has to be initiated by the town through Comcast for our cable casting and for broadband connectivity. From my knowledge, we are still awaiting confirmation from the town that this is taking place, yet we are moving this week. So I asked for an update. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for joining us. Paige Wilder, please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Hi, my name is Paige Wilder. I live on Fearing Street downtown. I appreciate the time you're taking to consider reparations dollars. I'm urging you to support, to vote for the $2 million funding for reparations. There has been some concern expressed earlier among the council and citizens of Amherst that we don't yet know how reparations dollars will be distributed. So we should either give less money or wait to give the money. What I hear when these ideas are expressed is we don't trust you. Reparations are payments due for past harms. They're overdue. There's no time to wait. There is so much wisdom in the African-American community in Amherst. I trust the African Heritage Reparations Assembly to make the decisions. Please vote yes, support the full $2 million now. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Pat Anabaku, please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Can people hear me?
We can.
Okay, good evening. My name is Pat Ananibako, a resident of Amherst for more than 35 years. I'm here to speak for myself. And to add to what everybody else has said tonight, I'm here in support of the $2 million that the African Heritage Reparation Assembly recommended. You know, I watched the last town council meeting and I was very, very distressed to listen to some of the conversation, trying to use DEI and CREST program against the Black community. As a Black woman, I'm very, very tired of waiting, of putting us as less priority, treating us as second-class citizens, not trusting us, thinking that we can make our own decision about who is eligible for reparation and who's not. I am tired of trying to create conflict among BIPOC folks, trying to justify using CREST program and DEI, and therefore there's too many projects. But we did not say anything about spending $1.8 million on Town Common. Who is pushing that? Is that a business improvement district or what? Why do we need that when we have so many projects and we also have Black folks in this town? We do need for the town to put their priorities straight. And so I don't want to say much, but I feel that we elected you all to the office because you represent our values. Please remember today that the next election cycle will come next year, and we will not forget about your vote tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us, Ms. Pat. Amakar Shabazz, please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Yes, Amilcar Shabazz. I live in the Great District number 5, and I will just give us some words from Emily Dickinson. Just lost when I was saved, just felt the world go by, just girt me from the onset with eternity, when breath blew back, and on the other side, I heard recede the disappointed tide. Therefore, as one returned, I feel odd secrets of the line to tell, some sailor skirting foreign shores, some pale reporter from the awful doors before the seal. Next time to stay, next time the things to see by eye, by ear unheard, unscrutinized by eye. Next time to tarry while the ages steal, slow tramp the centuries and the cycles wheel. I thank you for considering this measure tonight. I thank you for the historic moment before us here. And I just will add to the wonderful statements already made, simply this: we are eager, based upon the action you take tonight, we are eager to really begin a robust process of consultation with the African heritage community in Amherst. We'll begin now. It won't just be in the summer. We'll also, when the students return, have plans to get their input. But it's so important that with the promise you have the opportunity to make tonight, that we can approach this with a sense of the possibilities, and can manage the expectations wisely and prudently, and not cause further harm or disappointment by the undertaking within the community. I will tell you that for months we have been meeting as the Black Assembly of Amherst, Massachusetts, mostly all online. And we have heard from many members of the community, not the critical percentage we'd like to hear from, but we have heard from members of the community. We've got a number of ideas. We don't feel it's proper to kind of list those out now. We have a planning process underway. Those, the tally of the kinds of things we've heard, and our best judgment as a group you charged with this planning work will come to you based upon the fullness of the consultation process. But I fear but we really are really ready to go based upon how we can proceed from the action taken tonight. Thank you very much, and all the best to you in your deliberations tonight.
Thank you for joining us, Dr. Shabazz. We are going to continue on with our agenda. I just want to note that there are 30 people in the Zoom audience, and I'm sure many others are on the TV as well. We are going to move on to the consent agenda. And before I start, let me just say, this is a very long consent agenda, okay? But if you want to remove a portion of the item, you can. So for example, under 9A1, approval of town manager appointments to the following multi-member bodies, you do not have to remove them all. If there is a certain committee you would like to remove, you can do that. That is also true down on any of these as well, but it's also true particularly under 9.B.1, where you see 4 different items under that. Again, you do not have to remove all the items. If you want to remove any, you only have to remove the one you want to remove. So make sure you not just say the number, but read the words, okay? So these items were selected because they were considered to be routine, and it was reasonable to expect they would pass with no controversy. To remove an item, please state that after I've read through the full list once, and that does not require a second. Okay, so I'm going to be looking for a second to my motion, but not yet. The following to move, hold on one second. Thank you. To move the following items and the printed motions thereunder and approve those items as a single unit. 8F, extension of back-end parking on North Pleasant Street. 8G, surveillance technology bylaw report, policy submission extension. 9A 1 to 3, waiver of Town Council Rules of Procedure 8.6. That allows us to vote tonight. 9A.1, approval of town manager appointments to the following multi-member bodies: Affordable Housing Trust, African Heritage Reparation Assembly, Agricultural Commission, Cultural Council, CDBG Advisory Committee, Community Preservation Act Committee, Conservation Commission, Council on Aging, Disability Access Advisory Committee, Energy and Climate Action Committee, Historic Commission, Local Historic District Commission, Public Shade Tree Commission, Recreation Commission, Residents Advisory Committee, Water Supply Protection Committee. 9A2, approval of town manager's appointment to African Heritage Reparations Assembly. 9A3, approval of town manager appointment to Human Rights Commission. 9B1, extension of Zoning Board of Appeals associate member terms, Karen Winter and Eric Cochran. 9B1, reappointment of Stephen Judge and John Gilbert to the Zoning Board of Appeals. 9B1, appointment of Sarah Marshall as Zoning Board of Appeals associate member. 9B1, waiver of Section 9 of the Town Council policy on making recommendations for Town Council appointments to multiple member bodies for John Warner. 11A to B, approval of the following meeting minutes: May 16, 2022, special Town Council meeting minutes, public hearing on the FY23 budget. May 16, 2022, regular Town Council meeting minutes. Just 1 second. Okay. I'm seeing hands. Kathy Shane.
Yes, I would like to remove 9B1, waiver of Section 9 of the Town Council policy on making recommendations for the Town Council appointments to multi-member bodies for John Varner. Just that one piece of 9B1. I'm fine with the rest of it.
Thank you. Mandy Jo Haneke.
Yes, I'd like to remove 9A1, approval of town manager reappointments to the following multiple member bodies, only the local historic district commission.
Okay, thank you. Dorothy Pam. Dorothy, you need to unmute.
I'm joining Kathy Shane.
Thank you. Jennifer Taub.
I guess I'm joining Dorothy and Kathy, and I also have a statement I want to read into the record.
You will do that later on when it comes up on the agenda. Okay. So the motion stands as it is above, except to remove Local Historic District Commission, which is presently highlighted, and 9B1, waiver of Section 9 of the Town Council policy on making recommendations for Town Council appointments to multiple member bodies for John Varner. Is there a second?
Steinberg, second.
Thank you. Okay. Are there any other questions or comments? Okay. So then I'm going to begin with Shalini Bal-Milne.
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis.
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier.
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye. Mandy Jo Haneke.
Aye.
Anika Lopes.
Aye.
Michelle Miller.
Yes.
Dorothy Pam.
Yes.
Pam Rooney is absent this evening. Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Andy Steinberg.
Aye.
Jennifer Taub.
Aye.
Alicia Walker.
Yes.
Thank you. We're moving on then to, let me just get my agenda back. There are no resolutions or proclamations tonight. We do have some coming up in July. There are no presentations or discussions. So we are going to move to Town Council policy on posting locations of election warrants. Town Clerk Sue Audette is not with us this evening. So Town Manager Paul Bockelman is there, and I have asked the clerk to put the motion for this up, which represents the changes that Sue Audette has suggested to the council based on our discussion last time. Paul, comment?
Thank you, Lynn. So the meeting, your last meeting offered some valuable comments to the town clerk, and she has amended her recommendation to you so that to reflect those recommendations. In some, this is where we will post public notices when there are things that are required to be posted by a constable. So the places that we will put them are at the three libraries in the town, which is the Jones Library, the North Amherst Library, the Munson Library, the 3 post offices in town, which is the North Amherst Post Office, the North Pleasant Street Post Office downtown, and the University Drive Post Office. 3 public buildings, which include the Bangs Community Center, the Amherst Pelham Regional High School, and Town Hall, plus the campus center at the University of Massachusetts. And I believe that these recommendations should align with what the suggestions were from your last meeting.
Okay. Are there, hold on one second. Yes, Andy?
Yes, I have a question for the town manager, and that is, I guess there were 2 things that struck me about the list. One was that there are 2 locations that are across the street from each other in very short proximity, the post office and the North Amherst Library. But that's just an observation. My real question is, do we need a substitute location for the North Amherst Library during the period when it's closed for construction?
You could have a substitute location, but since they're across the street from each other, there is no requirement for a certain number of locations for you to post on public notices. So I think you could go without having it because of the proximity to by the North Amherst Post Office.
Is there any other questions at this time?
And can I add one thing? And the library will be operational at the Mill District during this time, so we could post it there as well instead.
Okay. Mandy Jo, did that answer your question? Yeah. So in other words, the notice will follow the library. Okay, sounds like a plan. Any other questions on this? Seeing none, we're going to move to a vote. I'm going to start with Pat DeAngelis.
We don't have a motion
I'm
yet.
sorry. The motion, and I'm going to ask that you scroll up so we can see the motion at the end of the memo. The motion is as follows: to designate the following public places as the official posting location for all documents required to be posted under Mass General Law. Amherst Post Office, Montague Road, Precinct 1A, North Amherst Library, Montague Road, Precinct 1B, to be followed to the Mill District. Amherst Pelham Regional High School, Precinct 2A, Jones Library, Amity Street, Precinct 2B, Town Hall, Precinct 3A, Amherst Post Office, University Drive, Precinct 3B, Amherst Post Office, North Pleasant Street, Precinct 4A, Campus Center, University of Massachusetts, Precinct 4B, Bangs Community Center, Precinct 5A, and Munson Memorial Library, Precinct 5B. Is there a second?
Second, Haneke.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no further questions, we're going to move to a vote. Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier,
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye, Mandy Jo Haneke,
Aye.
Anika Lopes,
Aye.
Michelle Miller,
Yes.
Dorothy Pam,
Yes.
Pam Rooney is absent, Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Andy Steinberg,
Yes.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Alicia Walker,
Yes.
Shalini Baumil.
Yes.
It's unanimous with 1 absent. Okay. We're going to have a brief presentation on the Community Preservation Act recommendation regarding debt authorization for Amherst Regional High School track and field. This was an automatic referral to the Finance Committee. There will be no vote tonight. There will be a public forum on July 18th, and it will then come to the council for a vote on July 18th. With that, before I ask Sarah Marshall to join us, and she's here tonight as chair of CPA. This is actually one of Sarah's last acts as chair of CPA. And I want to thank her in the entire time we've been on the council. Sarah, you've come to us with amazing recommendations, well thought out. We really appreciate your sincere leadership through CPA and the hard work that that committee does to bring us recommendations of how we then vote to spend our residents' tax money. So Sarah, with that, if you would talk to us about the recent CPA recommendation. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Everyone can hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Thank you for those kind words. All credit goes to the committee and to the staff from the finance department who are so helpful to us. So on behalf of the Community Preservation Act Committee, I am pleased to speak to our unanimous recommendation that $800,000 be awarded to Amherst Pelham Regional High School to support their goal of relocating and rebuilding the high school track, which is in terrible shape. This plan, for which additional funds are needed, and indeed you've already acted on another source of funding for this project, is consistent with the athletic fields master plan developed a few years ago. We hope that Council's swift approval of our recommendation will signal the town's strong interest in the project and also encourage residents to participate in the public fundraising campaign that will get underway soon. Since you have already considered this project in detail, as I said, I won't say more, but I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
And there is a memo in your packet for this. Are there questions at this time? Mandy Jo Haneke.
And it's not a question for Sarah, it's more for probably Sean. First I want to thank Sarah for all her work on CPA and chair. I was reading the proposed order, and the order doesn't say anything about which project the money can be borrowed for. It just says for the rehabilitation of and improvements to the Amherst Pelham Regional School District's high school track and field facilities. And the CPA recommended it only be used for the reorientation project option 3. And so shouldn't our order indicate something like for the reorientation of, and something that would ensure that any authorized borrowing cannot be used simply for the rehab of the track in its current location?
Okay. Sean or Sonia, do either of you want to comment at this time? We are not voting on that order tonight, and that is the order that will come up before for the public forum and the vote on the 18th.
Yeah, it's okay if I respond to that, Lynn?
Please, Sean.
So we did discuss that. We felt that the report with the memo laid that out clearly, because that was a clear interest from the CPA committee that those funds not be used for the regular replacement of the track and field. I think the other thing is we can't really supplant an existing debt authorization with CPA funds anyway. We technically have the funds for the straightforward replacement. So really these are complementary funds to those to help achieve the cost for the larger project. So we felt that the kind of like when we have memos that go along with orders, having the CPA report in this instance go along with the memo provided the context for the order.
Mandy Jo, follow on?
I would just say I don't think it's enough, because the order is what legally binds us. And with inflation going sky high and cost escalations going sky high, while the school committee believes whatever we've authorized for borrowing might be enough, it might not be. And then if that order is out there without that restriction, I'd be afraid that they'd use it for just a rehab of the current track.
Sonia, would you like to say something?
Yeah, I just want to point out that the CPA report is part of the order. It's page 2. So if you see the order, there's page 1 of 2, and then page 2 of 2 is the actual report, which spells out the situation, that it can only be used for.
Mandy Jo.
Lynn, your signature's on page 1 if you
Yeah.
sign it. So there's nothing on page 2 that indicates page 2 is part of the order.
Let me just quickly look at something here. Yeah, but they do go together as one document. Is there a place on page 1 that you would like us to work on to be more clear about the attached?
If page 2 is part of the order, I want the order before the council and clerk's signature to indicate that the report, it's something that says in accordance with the attached report or something like that. To
Okay.
be
We can do
used in
that.
accordance with that, something.
Okay,
Mhm.
Sonia?
Yep,
Okay,
I can do that.
thank you. Oh, we appreciate that, Sonia. And Mandy Jo, thanks. Kathy?
I just want to second what Mandy said, and I don't remember the exact wording when CPA agreed to the $1 million for the special collection at Jones, but it was contingent on the larger project. And this was also the understanding for this. So that might be a place we could look, that was only going to take action if the larger project went through. And Sarah, I know that was the CPA understanding too. So it's both, it is project C, but the whole project has to move forward. It's not just, there, yeah. So we might have a way of looking at however that was worded, because I remember that was worded in a way that it was restricted to the larger project.
We'll make sure that before this comes back to the council that we've made an adjustment so there's no question. How's that? Sonia, any other comments?
Oops, I'm sorry.
That's fine. Sean, comment?
Yeah, just because this came up at Finance Committee. So if this order is approved, and there's already $169,000 set aside for this project of CPA funds previously. So that'll bring the total raise to $969,000 if this order does get approved next time it comes up. And for Amherst, according to the plan the region developed, for Amherst to meet its obligation of that 2.2 million to trigger the larger project, we have about another 900,000 of financing from Amherst share to come up with after that. We're working with the regional schools to get an update on the status of what's going on with the other towns and are they making preparations for fall town meeting to take any actions, or are they considering any other funding sources? So before we bring back the next phase of this request, we'll have an update on what the other towns are doing.
Thank you. Andy?
Yeah, just when the Finance Committee had its discussion of this item, we actually talked about the basic issue of making sure that it couldn't be used just for the track. And one of the things that was key in the order was the words track and field was specifically stated in the order. And I think that actually was a discussion item at the meeting. But that said, the suggestion certainly doesn't do anything but strengthen the order. So, but I just wanted to share that last piece with you.
Thank you. Sarah?
I'd like to make it clear in this public meeting that yes, the vote is to support the project option 3, which involves reorienting the track, rebuilding it. Hopefully, at least this is what the school wants to do, install a synthetic turf field in the interior of the track, and also to relocate and rebuild the various places for the field events, the other track and field events. But CPA money cannot be used to build an artificial turf field. Mm-hmm. So yes, this is a track and field project, but if it proceeds to build an artificial turf field, CPA monies cannot be used for that. But there's more than enough. There are more than enough costs in the estimate that can be paid for by CPA funds,
Okay.
aside from the synthetic turf field.
And we will make sure that the financial order is adjusted accordingly. Okay. All right. Sarah, again, thank you for joining us this evening and thanks for all your work. We're going to move on to the cannabis tax revenue for reparations. And there is a motion on your motion sheet. I'll make the motion, look for a second, and then we'll move on to our discussion. That each year upon certification of free cash by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in parens October, and upon review and recommendation by the town's finance committee based on the town's overall financial health at that time, that the town council add an amount equal to the certified cannabis tax revenue for the previous year, approximately July, to the stabilization fund established for the purpose of reparations until such time as the fund equals 1 million. Is there a second?
Steinberg, second.
Thank you. Michelle, you have your hand up, and since you are the chair of the committee that has brought this forward, please go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to make an amendment to the motion that's on the floor. And I believe that Athena has the language, but I'll also read the amendment. I move to amend 1 million to 2 million and to add the phrase, but not to exceed 205,000 after the phrase that the town council add an amount equal to the certified cannabis tax revenue for the previous year. And if this is a good time to speak to the amendments, I'd be happy to do that now, Lynn.
I need a second for the amendment.
Second, DeAngelis.
Thank you. Please speak to the amendment, Michelle.
The amendments being proposed are a reflection of the African Heritage Reparation Assembly's thoughtfully considered request of $2 million and a base annual appropriation that reflects cannabis tax revenue from the FY21 actual revenues collected. The motion as recommended by the Finance Committee includes language that addresses the concerns that have been raised by councilors and the public. The AHRA asked for an earmark of cannabis tax revenue, and the Finance Committee motion does not designate cannabis tax revenue, rather uses it as a model to determine an annual contribution to the reparations fund. The original motion safeguards the overall financial health of the town by requiring an annual review by the Finance Committee and gives flexibility to the council to pause the program if necessary. With this amendment, the maximum annual appropriation to the reparations fund is capped at $205,000, regardless of how much cannabis tax revenue is collected in excess. Why 2 million? Both numbers, really, 1 and 2 million, are arbitrary. How can we place a price tag on 400 years of anti-Black racism and violence? Only a national reparations plan can pay the debt that is owed to African heritage people. However, we did look to Evanston, a city with an operating budget 4 times ours, who made an initial commitment of $10 million, and I believe recently increased their commitment by $2.5 million. Additionally, and a critical point, is that we want to use this fund to make meaningful repair long into the future. If established as an endowment of $2 million, once fully developed, we're looking at $80,000 per year for reparatory initiatives, as opposed to $40,000 on a $1 million fund. As Irv Rhodes pointed out, the annual request represents 1/4% of the budget. The difference of 1 million over a 10-year period is insignificant to the town's budget and hugely impactful to the harmed community. Given we are limiting the annual appropriation, in my mind, there is no justifiable reason not to honor the African Heritage Reparation Assembly's request of $2 million. Thank you for letting me speak to that.
Thank you. Shalini, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a statement first, comment, and then also had a question. So first, just given the divisiveness we're seeing in our nation, I just wanted to encourage all of us as leaders to create and to role model what it looks like to have a dialogue. That's a very difficult conversation, but how to have it in a way that makes it a safe space for all of us to ask questions, because all of us come from different backgrounds, have different knowledge and experience. So that's my request and invitation. And after seeing the finance committee meetings and hearing all of the things, my one big concern was that by committing this money, are we taking away money from existing needs? But what I'm hearing is that this is only coming from the surplus, so it's not taking away. So that concern is addressed. And I feel it is, and just hearing everything, that we do need to show our commitment as a town and to build trust, which we are. We've created the DEI department, the CRES. So yes, we're definitely moving in that direction. But I think the work done by ARA and the proposal, like just seeing the trust they're showing in us in coming back with a revised offer, and that creates that flexibility, and it gives a lot of control. It leaves a lot of control with council, that that there will still be a 2/3 vote needed to withdraw the money from the reparations fund for their purposes. So it feels like there's enough control that if we need to change and pivot, if there's an emergency, that we can talk and do that. So I feel that this commitment is really important for the full $2 million. I mean, which is nothing given, as it has been stated. So my question really, I really do want to hear from councilors who have different expertise in finance and all of that, and social justice, all the different experiences that are there in this group, that what are the concerns that are keeping us from making this commitment? So what are the different councilors' concerns? I really do want to hear that before I vote. Thank you.
Let's go ahead and hear from other councilors that have their hands raised, and we'll come back. Andy?
Yes, I'm at this point not speaking as the chair of the committee, but as a member of the committee. As a chair, I took responsibility for drafting the report, which is in the packet. You've had the opportunity to see it, and I think that it stands for itself and has been reviewed by the entire committee and approved by the entire committee. So what the question is, when it came down to it, because we were concerned about what the state of the finances are for the town going forward, and the possibility that several years from now, with inflation, which we don't know how great it's going to be, and with the rise in interest costs and unknowns about how this is going to affect construction projects, the increase in the construction costs for the major projects, and the need to find funding to replace the things that are being funded by ARPA, which is principally the 4 firefighter positions, that we have a pretty big hole a few years from now. We don't know whether the circumstances that I just described will change in a couple of years. But it was a question of dealing with the unknown. I think that the part of the motion that was passed that is not the subject of the motion to amend addresses that, because the council will make that decision on a year-by-year basis, depending upon recommendation of the Finance Committee on the very issue that I just described. So what it was really about in the end was the same motion that was made at the Finance Committee about whether the ultimate goal is 1 million or 2 million. The reason that I voted the way that I did was several things. One is that whichever way we come out with the answer to that question, future councils have the opportunity to amend it. It is not something that will be forever set in stone, so that if it was passed as $1 million, a future council would be able, if AHRA has made good progress, the legislature has passed the legislation that will enable us to do what AHR recommends, and the council supports what AHRA recommends, that and the $2 million seems appropriate, it can be amended well before we ever reach that $1 million cap, or when we reach the $1 million cap. And so my thinking was that for a future council, and respecting the future council and the difficulty it will have with that decision, it is always easier to make a motion and vote for a motion to increase than to decrease. And for that reason, I felt that it was more appropriate to start with the $1 million, as was in the motion, and let a future council have the freedom to make the appropriate decision without the pressure. So that was a part of my concern. The other thing that I thought about as a voting member, again, speaking only for myself, was that I felt that it was important for the community to at least get a sense of what AHRA is proposing, and that we can do it as is recommended by AHRA, which is a matter that's really going to be in the control of the legislature, and that it doesn't matter because, again, this council within its term could make the amendment after having that information. So that was the basis for my decision. Thank you.
Dorothy.
Well, although I respect the reasoning of the Finance Committee, I don't agree with it in this instance. There is no limit, there is no end to what should be done to repair the damage done to Black people in America for over 400 years. Yet the request from the African Heritage Reparations Assembly is in fact modest. It's limited, it's manageable, and there are enough safeguards built in so that we will not be in a position where we have overpromised and we cannot deliver because of the way it has been set up. So I totally agree that the financial future is unknown, but the past wrongs are known. And therefore, I do support their request for the $2 million with the safeguards as outlined previously.
Kathy? I'm sorry, Kathy, Sean has his hand up, and I want to just recognize if there's...
It's not a response. It's a separate clarification question. So Kathy can go first.
Okay. All right, Kathy?
Shalini asked, what are the other potential uses of it? You know, at the end of every year, we do, by the fall, Sonia tells us, you know, what do we have left in terms, and any good budgeting process tries to budget conservatively, which means underestimate your revenue and overestimate because we can't increase mid-year. So it's designed to create a cushion. If we remove the cushion, we remove some of that stability. So that's one of the things at risk. So we've been putting money into a stabilization fund when excess gets high, and we've been pulling it out sometimes with emergencies. We're pulling out now to support a commitment to the library and to the fire truck and to the ladder truck, you know, to some pieces that we postponed. So we have clear unmet needs that the council has endorsed. So, you know, to build on what Andy said, I think 1 million, I was probably under the false impression. I thought a year ago when we first put the seed money, there would be an effort to augment some of this with private donations, with grant funds, and that we would start to have for direct benefits, some notion of who might be eligible, on what would be the criteria, just aside from what they might be eligible for, who might be eligible, with a clear legal path, because we're talking about race-based. And when I read the charge, we're supposed to have that by June of next year. So I feel like there's a real commitment, and there's a commitment throughout the town to building up a fund, but there is a question of what are we going to be using it for? And this includes one of the residents of District 1 who is an African-American. She moved here just a few years ago from California, but she has deep roots in the South, and she has quite a story to tell. But she felt she shouldn't be eligible. She said, I'm a recent resident, and what happened to my family in Georgia, I don't need reparations for because I'm comfortable now. So she asked whether there would be an income or wealth. She owns her own home. She's retired. It was like, I don't need it. So she said, what will it be used for? And she thought it was really important to articulate that. And this is a person who I think most of us would believe should be eligible because of the harm her family suffered quite some time ago, not necessarily in Amherst. So I did a list of questions about eligibility, and my understanding is the AHRA will be returning to that. And I think it's important for all of us that we start to answer that. So the expectations on what will we be paying out for, whether it's $5,000, $100,000, whatever the number is. And then my last point is what Andy said. If we start with a commitment, as far as I can tell, with where cannabis money has been running, and we'll see whether Amherst holds on to even what we have had. 5 years from now, we'll be at $1 million. We would be at $1 million. We started at 200,000. Remember, we put a big chunk of money into this. And so we have plenty of time to come back and augment this once we know whether if I do 2 years from now, what's scary about our budget is we have a deficit. It's not that we have a maybe deficit, we have a deficit when the ARPA money goes away. So trying to think really carefully about where we're going is important to me. And I just want to make one more statement, on terms of my personal commitment to this. I'm wholeheartedly committed to both looking backwards and looking forward, to the notion of getting rid of systemic racism, structural racism, and reparations for the past. And I think we need to do it creatively. And as a town, I think our population is committed, and we need to keep recommitting. And as far as I can tell, I've spent most of my life working on these issues because I worked for a low-wage labor union that was dominant minority. And where we were working for it was raising people's living conditions by getting decent wages, fair wages, and pensions. And then in healthcare, desegregating the southern hospitals and trying to get clinics to where people lived, irrespective where people had been redlined. So personally, I am totally committing, but I think we should be looking forward with a clear legal path forward before we build up a large, in essence, endowment at the community level. And I totally think we should be seeking grants. So I just want to stay with, I was leery even about committing to the $1 million, but I am still thinking that $1 million is an extraordinarily good start. And we can revisit this. The next council can revisit this. In a year and a half, we will have turnover on the council. So to the extent our financial situation is such, and we have a really firm grip on what we might be spending money on, and we all agree that's a good plan, I think we can revisit this. And I will stop there.
Sean, did you want to go next?
Yeah, this was just a clarification. So I guess I'm based on the wording of the motion, I'm looking
The
to
motion
clarify
or the amendment?
both. It really doesn't matter whether it's 1 million or 2 million, but the way it reads now is that the contributions will continue until such time that the fund equals a certain amount. And I guess I'm wondering, is it until the fund equals that amount, or until contributions to the fund equal that amount. Because let's say it's 2 million and it's 200,000 per year, that'll be 10 years roughly until it reaches that 2 million. But if reparations can start being paid out prior to 10 years, you may want to do that. And that could extend how many years of contributions there are. So I guess I'm just looking to understand if it's contributions equal a certain amount, or if it's the balance in the fund equals that amount, which may be different if reparations start to get paid out sooner. And depending what type of reparation programs are run.
I'm going to go back on that question to Michelle, because you have talked about how you see this fund as a kind of a trust fund, or Michelle?
An endowment fund, yes. Well, I think, Sean, to answer your question, the intention was until the contributions from the town in this manner. So not contributions that may come in from outside sources or from other possible, like a CPA project or something of that effect. So in this way that we've set up, until contributions reach 2 million from the town. Does that clarify that for you?
But then it should probably be reworded to say contributions.
Yeah, until such time as contributions reach 2 million or equal 2 million.
That's fine with me, since I'm.
It was your original wording, so yeah, if that.
So first of all, I just want to point out that the motion that's now on the screen, we should highlight the areas that in fact constitute the amendment, but not to exceed. Okay. And then, okay. We're really right now dealing with those two, okay? And then we'll come back, and if we need to, we can do some additional changes to make that more clear. Does that work for people? Okay, thank you. Mandy Jo.
Yeah, I'm going to speak on both the amendments and the motion itself, because the reasons for my vote against both are basically the same. The motion itself, despite what Dr. Rhodes has advocated and what people are advocating, doesn't actually say there is required to be a surplus in order to have the town manager propose a motion and have the council move money from free cash into the stabilization fund. It just says that after the certification of free cash by the Commonwealth, well, that happens every year, whether or not our budget ran a surplus or deficit. So it doesn't say anything about a certification that certifies a budget surplus in the prior year. So it could, as worded right now, require the potential for transfer of money, even if the town has run a deficit. The original charge of ARA that everyone keeps citing, the relevant section says, develop and recommendation to the town council a municipal reparations plan that includes both a reparations fund and a community-wide process of reconciliation and repair for harms against Black people. It doesn't say develop two plans. It doesn't say develop separate plans. It says develop a plan that includes both. After thinking long and hard and after conversations with Michelle, who said one needs to come before the other and the funding needs to come before the other, I think they need to come at the same time. I'm still of that opinion. I don't think you can separate a plan that includes a fund. I don't think you can separate the fund from the plan for a community-wide process of reconciliation, yet that's what ARA keeps asking us to do. And that is a very hard concept for me to wrap my head around, because one goes with the other. And I understand there's arguments that you need to know how much is in the fund before you can propose a community-wide process, but I don't think you can fund something until you know what the community-wide process is. I think they go hand in hand. When the school committee asked us for money for one of two projects on the track that we just talked about, we had concerns that we didn't know which project was being done. Well, we still funded that, but we at least had a knowledge that it would be one of two options. But right now, we have no knowledge as to exactly what at all this money could be used for, other than the generalization of, quote, reparations. That's a little too vague for me right now to just start putting money in. And it's vague and too vague because while everyone says, well, once it's in the fund, it's a savings account, we can use it for anything, it doesn't have to be used for reparations. My time on this council has shown that once we put it in the reparations fund, once we make this commitment to put it in the reparations fund, it realistically cannot be used for anything else, even though it technically, legally could be moved to a regular stabilization fund and used for something other than reparations, because future councils would face a huge pressure to never reallocate that money towards anything but reparations, no matter the town's finances at that time. With the uncertainty presented both in future budgets that we've seen, the economy right now, and the lack of a current proposal that includes both a reparations fund and a community-wide process of reconciliation and repair for the harms against Black people, even a preliminary plan for that, I believe it's entirely premature to start committing this council to putting money in. And therefore, I'm going to have to vote against both the amendment and the motion itself.
Pat?
Thank you. I have to admit that I've had some of these concerns myself. But what I realize is that the only way we're going to address white supremacy locally, statewide, nationally, is to really honor the Black community, the African heritage community. And I want to honor it in several ways. I want to make sure that there's $2 million in this fund. I think that's a small amount, and I'm hoping through personal property and gifts and grants and other kinds of contributions, this fund will be much larger than that. I don't know how it's directly going to be used, but I trust the Black community in Amherst to make those decisions. And that was part and parcel of what we said we wanted when we created the African Heritage Assembly. So now we're kind of saying, okay, we kind of want you to do it, but we want you to do it in a certain way. And I'm saying maybe we need to disrupt the power structure a little bit, or the way we design things a little bit. And there's a cart that we need, we know that. And the horse is money. So we're building the cart. But we need the money for the horses because we need to establish the ability to move forward. And not a great analogy, but it's the best I have in the moment. We need to enter as a community brave space. And there's a poem called Invitation to Brave Space that was originally written by Beth Strano. And I want to just read a couple of lines from it. We seek to turn down the volume of the outside world. We amplify voices that fight to be heard elsewhere. We call each other to more truth and love. We have the right to start somewhere and continue to grow. We have the responsibility to examine what we think we know. I'm asking us to do that. I'm asking the white community of Amherst that's represented on this council to do this. I know we're not supposed to respond to public comment, but there was one woman, I have her name down, who talked about growing up working class and where she's gotten in her life and how she wants that opportunity for everyone, particularly the people that we have harmed and continue to harm on a daily, hourly, second by second movement of to keep ourselves in power. So you know what, Amherst, you waste money on a dog park. You don't need a dog park. That's my personal opinion. I want money to repair the harm that we have done to Black Americans. And we need to do it, and we need to take a risk. Andy said it himself, and other people. You know, it might be a little harder to say, well, gee, we can't do it this year, or to have another council make the decision, but we're making the decision. And I don't know if the clock was on, and I don't know if I'm overtime, but we need, you know, the amendment, I agree in some ways with Mandy Jo, we need to refine it a little. And I know that's what I'm supposed to be speaking to, but I have a feeling other people will do that quite well. We need to do this, and we need to do it now.
We are going to use the clock. But
Sorry.
thank you, Pat. That's okay. We hadn't started it, and we now need to. Alicia, please go ahead.
Thank you, Lynn. So I think Pat did a really great job of saying a lot of the things that I was going to say, but I also just want to state my full commitment and support to the request of the AHRA to increase to the 2 million for the motion. I think that in this town, one of the challenges we face is that we do something and then we ask another group to do the same thing. And this is something I've seen happen across many committees. And I think this only prolongs our ability to act on things that we have already agreed that we are not only committed to, but that we support. And so I think with this being long overdue and urgent, and although we said we make exceptions for money in terms of emergencies, you can consider this to be an emergency. Like racism in America is an emergency. It is a public health emergency. And so this is something we need to act on urgently. And I think that with the AHRA and the appointment of the AHRA, part of their charge was to identify a revenue stream. And so they have done the research. They are the experts. They are also a majority BIPOC committee. So they have the expertise of being and existing in this community. They identify as, there are some that identify as Black community members. So we're not going to get any closer in this committee here to the expertise on this that exists in that committee. And so I think that we need to allow them to make the decisions to decide what is best for themselves, for their community, and they're bringing this recommendation to us. And I think we need to support that. And that is how we show support. That is how we combat structural racism, because the systemic racism, that's literally what this is right here and right now. And that's why this whole entire conversation has quite honestly been very difficult for me. And so this is one of the reasons why I ran for council, is because I want to support anti-racist initiatives in the community without realizing how personally triggering it is for me to be a part of these conversations, to be in meetings with people who blatantly disregard like my experiences and my identity. And so I just want to state that, and that, like, that is what I experienced on the CSWG. That is what I see the AHRA experiencing right now with these decisions and these conversations that we're having, because we're disregarding their expertise as Black community members. And we're talking about restorative justice. And the best way to move forward restorative justice is to ask those people what they want and to give it to them, and to not try to make those decisions for them any longer. And so I am supporting the decision that they brought to us with their research and their expertise. And for this, in the CSWG, we also did make a recommendation for the DEI department to have more funding, because we wanted the DEI director to be able to come in and say, look, this is something we want to work on, and to have money to push that forward. But there is no funding in the DEI department. So when the DEI director comes in, and if she recognizes any initiatives she wants to move forward, there is no funding for that. And so what a resource it would be for the community for there to be a pot of money that is directly for investing in the Black community and directly for investing in restorative justice in the Black community. It will be there. And so that the people that come into this town to move these initiatives forward don't hit a deadlock. And so I think we need to continue to move these things forward. The only thing we do by passing it along to another council or passing the responsibility to somebody else is just prolong the issue and honestly allow for more harm to continue to happen.
Anna?
Thank you. First off, thank you, Alicia, for sharing that. I want to clearly outline what has made me feel confident in this approach and in this amendment. And it's really the idea of this fund serving in an endowment capacity. It's oddly comforting because with a 4% draw, it's going to sustain for a longer time, right? We're not looking at accruing 2 million and then potentially spending 2 million on a random project. We're looking at something like a 4% endowment draw. I also think that, well, and it's going to take a minimum of 10 years to get there. Again, we're not talking about 2 million from next year's budget. I think this approach has really strong guardrails and a lot of process. Anyone who's talked to me in the past 3 weeks knows that process is like the word that is the only word in my brain ever. And Michelle and I asked Michelle, beyond the obvious, what the difference for AHRA would be between 1 and 2 million. I understand there's a big difference between those two numbers, but when you think about this in an endowment capacity, a 4% draw looks really different from 1 to 2, right? And when we think about all of the different potential uses, you're able to support more people or support people in a deeper way. So yes, future councils will face a deep challenge in making the decision to allocate to this fund in times where the town is not running with an excess, whether that be by majority or by 2/3. And majority and Michelle apparently. And Michelle and I talked about, and I'm curious to explore the idea of setting up some sort of threshold or another guardrail for what's the bar, right? Like what is the what's the line where we say, this is really not going to be the year where we can allocate that full 200,000. And I think that'll be an important equation to sort of understand. And while just as this vote will not be unanimous today, I don't anticipate that future councils will have a unanimous vote. And I do anticipate that they'll have robust and thorough discussion, just like we are doing now. I can understand the desire for gaining clarity of what the process would be or what the plan is before allocating funds. But when you look at the scope of harm done against Black people in this country is so broad that an understanding of our fiscal reality for reparative work is necessary in order to be realistic about the work we can do. Because the reality is that we can't afford to do all the things that we should do. So having an understanding of where we can go is going to allow AHRA to shape a process that meets that moment and be realistic about the type of reparative work that Amherst can do. So I do plan on supporting this. I wanted to share some of my rationale. Thank you.
Okay, Michelle, I'm going to go on to other councilors that have not spoken. Jennifer?
Yes, I'll be brief. I agree with what Anna, Alicia, and Pat have said, and I will be supporting the amendment. I have nothing but the utmost respect and awe for how the African Heritage Reparations Assembly has carried out its mandate to date, and have full confidence, in the decisions that they will make moving forward. I think even, when they talk about reparations going towards a combination of housing assistance, education, business loans, I mean, all of that is a benefit to the recipients of the funds and the community as a whole. And I think when we, get bogged down on the procedure and whether we're, it's two-pronged or where it should be one, going just in one direction and we should be making both decisions at once, that we're losing the forest through the trees. And that I guess I just believe in following the spirit of what we value and where we need to go instead of getting lost in the letter of the law. So I will be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Anika?
Yes, thank you. So also, giving a nod to the AHRA and their competency, I wanted to say that something that is just really not sitting with me well. I'm hearing trust over and over again. We should trust the AHRA. We should trust the African American community, as opposed to what? This really is not about trust. This is about reparative justice for past harms and how we are going to handle those. What steps will we take? This money, as far as I understand, will be highly monitored, and will also be really controlled by town and council in how it is allotted. And so when we're hearing talk of what counselors have had with Black residents in the South and what they do or do not want, I mean, to me, this is just completely inappropriate. We're talking about programs and we're talking about benefiting future generations or not, because if we're talking about individuals, we want to be careful because $2 million will not repair harm to a single individual that we're talking about with these past harms. So I would just ask us to be very careful when we're talking about trust, because this isn't about entrusting individuals. This is about checks and balances at the end of the day. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to use my privilege as a counselor, not as president. I'm the one that proposed this amendment or this initial overall motion at the Finance Committee. I did that after spending a lot of time struggling with how to help the council keep its commitment in the face of today's financial realities. It's not a perfect motion, but it allows us to continue to go forward. It allows us to continue to build money in an account that once AHRA comes forward with their plan for how to spend money and the process and the eligibility, and all of that comes back to the council. Others have said we can increase it. But I personally, knowing what it's like to live with budgets in times of inflation, in times of mid-year rescissions, when you're halfway through the year, but have to cut an equal to a full year's amount out of them, wanted some safeguards. So my motion had nothing to do with trust or lack of trust or anything else. It had everything to do with trying to figure out how we as a council could continue to move forward to build this account so that when AHRA comes forward with their plan, we have something there to work with. And so there's a lot more steps along the way. Now, I personally would prefer to have the $1 million now and increase it later based on our fiscal health. But Mandy Jo, you're right. We could end up with certified cash at zero, at which point our fiscal health is not very good and there won't be any money. And in the 2 meetings that we were privileged to have with the Finance Committee, with members of the AHRA there was serious reality in those discussions, both with the Finance Committee and the AHRA. They were rich and honest discussions and not easy at times, Shalini, very uneasy at times. But whether we go with 1 million or 2 million, I'm fine. I personally will continue to vote for the 1 million because I don't believe in binding future councils and it's easier to increase or not. But more importantly for me, I wanted to figure out, and I tried after many conversations with Michelle and other people to figure out some way that we could continue to build up the fund so that when we have the plan and we have the eligibility requirements, we have something to start with. So That's where I came from in the whole thing. Michelle?
Lynn, I do want to thank you for creating that bridge and that ability for us in Finance Committee to move forward and to give something that I think did offer a really good and rich conversation to happen. But I want to come back to the AHRA's request for 2 million and how that request came with a motion for half of that amount. When we really think about especially putting in the sort of safeguards that we have in place with this motion that allows for so much control. And we think about growing this over 10 years, because now we're saying, okay, we're capping this at 205,000 every year. So this is going to grow over time. It's really not, when we're thinking again, between 1 and 2 million, the decision is, in my mind, there's no way to justify not going with the $2 million, because it's not really going to be consequential to the budget when we're setting it up this way to do that. It's going to take more time. It's still going to be a very, very small percentage on an annual basis. And I think it's really important for us to also keep in mind that what we're doing here is repairing harm. And that means we commit to not repeating harm. And so going out into the community, into the Black community, consulting with the community about a plan without having some expectation for what sort of budget is available for that plan to be developed and for that process to happen sets us up for repeating harm. And so that's to the counselors who have talked about waiting until the plan is completed or doing them simultaneously. It's really essential. It's critical that we know the African Heritage Reparations Assembly knows what they have, and that we're setting that expectation so that a thoughtful and equitable and really rich plan that's going to impact the entire community can be developed. I also wanted to just ask a question for clarification, Mandy, to your point. Can we have free cash without a surplus? I guess maybe I don't understand the way that works, but it was my understanding that the free cash comes as a result of the surplus from year to year. So maybe Andy can answer that, but.
Andy or Sean?
Yeah, Sean would be.
You end it at 5% at the end of the year, and then there's lots of adjustments that Sonia can talk about, but any surplus would get added to it. If we have any special appropriations or anything like that, that get deducted from it. So for it to go to zero, I think we said this in the Finance Committee meeting, for it to go to zero, it would have to be, a pretty bad year for it to go down that low.
So Sean, do you see that the motion as it's written right now is a problem, given what Mandy has suggested?
I think if the intent of the motion is to stick with our financial policies, which say that we're going to end at 5%, or we're going to keep our free cash at 5% and only transfer above that amount, I think it would be good to add that to the motion for clarity, because that will allow us to stick with our financial policies. I think the way it reads now, you theoretically, it could pull you under that 5% level, which would contradict our policies.
Okay.
It sounds to me, Michelle, like there may be some overall amendments, but maybe what we should do is move to the vote on your amendment.
Great.
And then go to the original motion. Okay. And then there might be some word changes that some people would like to add for clarity. And I am totally open to all of that.
Alicia has her hand up.
I do see that, Pat. So Alicia?
Thank you. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that While I appreciate and respect all the budget concerns, and as a member of the Finance Committee, I understand the possible fragility of our budget, but I think that I appreciate the formation of this motion because it leaves the discretion still with the council to make this decision every single year. And so at any given time, at any given year, we can come back and look at this and say, this year we cannot do this.
Right.
And that's not going to change. And so I honestly don't even know if I think it's necessary to add the 5%, because I think, again, that will be to the discretion of the council at the time when they're making that decision. And I would assume that they would be following the policies that exist when making those decisions. And I don't think that that indication need be specified. Because I think that the AHRA was really, I think they really accommodated all of our concerns in the way that they edited their motion. First, by pivoting from the use of the cannabis marijuana tax revenue fund to the free cash. That was their first pivot that I really respect and think accommodated a lot of our concerns. Also, then by adding a limit to the amount in any year, and then giving the discretion of the council to look at it every year and say, after the budget was certified from the previous year, that we can go forward with this commitment. So I think there are a lot of safeguards here in the way that the current amendment on the floor is written, and I would feel comfortable supporting it as is.
Okay, thank you, Alicia. Sean, did you want to speak to something specifically? Or I'm wondering if we could vote on this amendment and then go back to the original motion.
I was just going to quickly say that along the lines of what Alicia just said is this isn't really a financial order. It's a plan. It's a sort of a recommendation each year to consider it. So again, I sort of agree with Alicia to that point that it doesn't have to include everything, because every year is going to be an evaluation. I'm sure the town manager will bring forward a recommendation each year to the finance committee based on the circumstances of that year. So I agree to the extent it doesn't have to include everything because of that.
Right. Thank you. Shalini, final comment before. It was you? Okay.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So I think the case for a higher amount, like 2 million, is that since it's like an endowment fund, and I've already been speaking to some of our community members, and I've heard them say that they would be willing to extend loans to, let's say, new entrepreneurs, but they want the town to show their side of the commitment. And so I think putting in $2 million in a fund, and once AHRA comes up with a plan, let's say for entrepreneurship, supporting entrepreneurs and so forth, then when we are going to other sources of funds, private funds and so forth, having this very strong base creates confidence in the community members to also step up and make their contributions. So just wanted to add that.
Okay. So the motion, I'd like to ask the clerk to put it back up on the screen. Thank you. The amendment before us, and we're only voting on the amendment. The amendment adds the phrase, but not to exceed $205,000, and it changes the amount of 1 million to 2 million. That is the motion that the amendment we are voting on now. We are not voting on the full item. Paul?
The other issue that was raised was to change the last word from fund to contributions. And I'm not sure if the maker of the amendment wanted to include that or not.
I'd be happy to include that now, Paul, if that's
Okay. So Paul, just read the sentence at the end the way you wanted to read.
So I think we brought this up where stabilization fund established for the, yes, established for the purpose of reparations until such time as the town's contributions equals $2 million.
And it should say towns, apostrophe S. Okay, and please highlight that in yellow. That's right. Okay, and Michelle, I made the motion and who seconded it? No, I'm sorry. Michelle, you made the amendment and Pat, you
Pat
seconded it.
seconded it. Yes.
So, okay. And Pat, are you is that acceptable?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. All right. Any other final comments before we move to a vote on this? All right. Given that, I will move to vote on a Devlin Gothier.
Aye.
Hold on, let me make sure I'm in the right place.
That's okay. I can aye
Yes.
this one again.
Thank you. Lynn Griesmer, I'm gonna hold off and come back later. Mandy Jo,
Aye.
Anika,
Aye.
Michelle,
Yes.
Dorothy,
Yes.
Pam Rooney is absent. Kathy,
No.
Andy,
No.
Jennifer,
Yes.
Alicia,
Yes.
Shalini,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
and Lynn Griesmer is yes. Okay, so the amendment has passed. We're back to the original motion. Are there any other amendments to the motion? Paul, you have your hand up. You know, sometimes you just have to train these people to get their hand down again. All right. Are there any other amendments to the motion that is now in front of you with the yellow parts accepted? Okay, we're going to move to the vote. Let me just find a place I can cleanly use. Okay. And we're going to begin with Griesmer, and it is aye. Mandy Jo,
No.
Anika Lopes,
Aye.
Michelle Miller,
Yes.
Dorothy Pam,
Yes.
Pam Rooney. Absent, thank you. Keep forgetting that. Kathy Shane,
No.
Andy Steinberg,
Yes.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Alicia Walker,
Yes.
Shalini Bowman,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Anna Devlin Gothier.
Aye.
It is 10 in favor, 2 opposed, and no abstentions, and 1 absent. Thank you. We are going to take a break. I'd like to keep it to 5 minutes. We'll reconvene at, well, okay, 7. We will reconvene in 7 minutes. Thank you. Please turn off your mics and also your picture, but put them back on when you come back.
Lynn?
Pat, what do you need?
I was just going to tell you, I can't continue in the meeting now. I'm in a lot of pain.
Okay, thank
So,
you.
yeah,
We understand.
Thank you.
And,
Feel better.
Thank you.
yeah. Oh. It takes a little while for now. If I was at home, I could be watching this.
Oh, you poor thing. Here, let me open it.
But she opened the thing so we could.
Nice.
I make really good choices in my life, Paul. This is what you need to know. So I was trying to like scooch. I actually feel like. And then I'm like turning it back. In the window. I don't. I held it in a tote bag. I knew it couldn't spray again, so I was just. Once they spray, they can't spray again. Not for a little while. I gotta reload.
Your person offering you the job said, oh my God, we had so much. Huh? Oh, it's gorgeous. Absolutely. It's all right, Paul. I know you can see different shades of gray. As you return, please put your video back on. And Athena, can you, now that you've rescued Anna, one of our counselors went outside and got locked out. Sorry.
It was me. You can just say it was me. It's fine.
Anna went outside and got locked out. That's the least of her problems today. All right, I'm waiting for Alicia, Dorothy, Kathy, and Michelle to turn your pictures on so I know you're here. Hi, Alicia. Thanks. Hi, Anika. Dorothy and Michelle. All right. We're going to move on to the North Common Improvement Project. We've discussed it. It's been discussed in finance. We've had a public forum. This is the motion about the grant. It's to adopt appropriation and transfer and dedication order FY 23-05 and order authorizing and appropriating funds for the capital improvement of the North Common as recommended by the Finance Committee report of June 27th, 2022, and shown on page 11 to 12. Is there a second?
Second, but add the F after 05.
I'm sorry?
You forgot to say FY 23-05 F.
F. Thank you. Whew. Okay. Are there any questions or comments? Kathy, I hope you're back. Dorothy, are you back?
I had my camera on, Lynn.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to start the vote with Mandy Johanicky,
Aye.
Anika Lopes,
Aye.
Michelle Miller,
Yes.
Dorothy Pam. This is the vote on the North Common money.
Yes.
Pam Rooney is absent. Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Andy Steinberg,
Yes.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Alicia Walker,
Yes.
Shalini Baumilne,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis is now absent. Anna Devlin Gothier
Yes.
and Lynn Griesmer is an aye. It is unanimous with 2 absent. Okay. Kyle Wilson, hi. I just saw the little square down there. Thank you for joining us. We're now going to move on to the public way request for use of public way at 11 East Pleasant Street. We have with us tonight Kyle Wilson, who is able to answer questions. Let me make the motion and then look for a second, and then we'll move on to any questions. To authorize the long-term temporary use of the public way at 11 East Pleasant Street from June 28, 2022 to September 1, 2023, in accordance with the special permit issued by the planning board. Is there a second?
Second.
Are there questions? Jennifer.
Minor question. If they needed to extend it beyond that date in 2023, would that have to become before the council?
Yes. Any other questions? And for those of you that are new to the council, it's hard to say you're new after 6 months. For those of you that were not on the council when we passed the policy on the public way, the reason this one comes to us is because it's long-term. Okay? Are there any other questions? Seeing none, I'm moving to the vote. Anika Lopes.
Aye.
Hi, Kyle. We're voting on your request, so we'll almost be done. Michelle Miller?
Thank you.
Yes.
Dorothy Pam?
Abstain.
Kathy Shane?
Abstain.
Andy Steinberg?
Yes.
Jennifer Taub?
Abstain.
Alicia Walker?
Yes.
Alicia?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Shalini Bowmill?
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis is absent now. Anna Devlin Gothier?
Yes.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye. Mandy Johanicky?
Aye.
Okay, so that is eight in favor, none opposed, 3 abstentions, and 2 absent. Did I get that correct? Thank you. Thanks for joining us, Kyle, and good luck with the project, okay?
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Okay, we're moving on to meeting format. And I'm going to start, and then I'm asking Athena to join me in this. Right now, the legislature has not voted to extend the ability to meet virtually for public bodies. And in fact, just today, the governor filed a 1/12 budget, and in the 1/12 budget, he did not include this particular item. Therefore, on July 15th, our ability to meet remotely will expire unless the legislature acts before then. So we need to vote basically on a condition of whatever happens. And at some point, obviously, we'll have to come back to this. So let me make the motion about the whole council, and then we'll do committee meetings and we'll ask for questions. If allowed by law, to continue to hold all town council meetings in the in-person meeting format with virtual public access only, with a virtual meeting option if the president declares there will be fewer than 5 councilors physically present 24 hours in advance until September 19th, 2022. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, are there questions, comments? Anika?
So just to clarify, we're voting to continue as is.
We're voting to continue as is. However, this is prefaced by saying if allowed by law. So as of the 15th of July, if the legislature has not acted and the governor has not signed, we have to revert back to the old law, which means on July 18th, we will be meeting in person. The person chairing the committee or the council has to be in the room. There has to be a quorum of counselors in the room. But those people who are virtual will have to submit a form that Athena will provide you, requesting that you be allowed to attend the meeting virtually. So there still will be a limited number of virtual attendances allowed, but you have to apply for each meeting in advance, and I think it's with 48 hours, correct?
I believe so, but it's also at the discretion of the chair.
It's also at the discretion of the chair, okay? So this motion basically says, if the legislature and the governor pass an extension, which by the way, is presently in the Senate budget and is in conference committee, but they haven't acted on it. And when the governor filed the 1/12 budget, he basically signaled that this isn't going to be an easy budget year. So we aren't probably going to have a full 12-month budget passed by July 1st. So that's what happens. Okay, Anika, more questions?
No, thank you.
But you can still attend, but you have to file to attend, and other rules change. Okay, Andy?
The reason I raised my hand is I didn't know where this would fit into the conversation, even though I think that it's really not directly connected to the motion on the floor, but it's indirectly connected. And that is that I've expressed previously a concern about making an assumption of an unlimited number of times that members of any board or committee, not just the council, can participate remotely. And the reason I say that, but I don't think that it, as I said, I think it's tangentially affected by today's motion. When the select board dealt with the policy, we did set a limit. We set a limit because we felt that it was not healthy for a committee to have any member be mostly absent from the committee, be away from Amherst for long periods of time, but still participating on the committee, that it was not healthy committee itself, and it was not healthy for the town to have members of boards and committees who remove themselves from the public deliberately for long periods of time. And I'm uncomfortable by having this remote participation policy as proposed by the town manager that has on the number of times that remote participation can be there. But I felt I had to make it at some point.
Let me suggest that this is the kind of issue that would possibly be addressed in our rules of procedure. No? Is it a town manager policy only?
It's
Mandy Jo?
under state law right now. It's a town manager only policy, and that policy he adopts applies to all public bodies within the town.
Thank you. All right, so it's up to Paul. He's the town manager. And at this point, we do have unlimited in that. But Dorothy?
I'm going to say something that's going to sound weird, but the council meetings are so long, I really don't think that I could attend them in person. I have to move, I jiggle around, I have food and drink, I change clothes. I get so uncomfortable sitting here for this long. I mean, after a certain hour, I've just got to do things. So I'm willing to say committee meetings, because we're really being pretty good on those 2 hours. I'll go anywhere for a 2-hour committee meeting. But these 8-hour, marathons that we do are really hard. They're really hard. And, if you have children or or someone at home you're taking care of, that's a long time to leave them with a caregiver too. It's just a very long time. So I would do the opposite of what you would think. I would say, let's keep the town council remote, and just think of the number of people who came tonight. That was great. We did hear from a lot of people, but maybe try to do our committee meetings in person. Thank you.
Okay. So the motion on the floor is to continue, if the law allows, to continue as we presently are meeting. Are there any other comments? Okay, then we're going to vote on this motion. I'm going to start with Michelle Miller,
Yes.
Dorothy Pam,
Yes.
Mary's absent, Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Andy Steinberg,
Yes.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Alicia Walker,
Yes.
Shanley Bowmilne,
Yes.
Anna Devon Gothier,
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye, Mandy Johanicky.
Aye.
It is, oh, I'm sorry, Anika Lopes,
Aye.
Now, did I get everybody? Okay. It's 11 in favor and none opposed, none abstaining, and 2 absent. Okay, the second motion, if allowed by law, to continue to hold all town council committee meetings virtually with virtual public access until September 19, 2022. Is there a second?
Steinberg, second.
Okay. Are there comments? Mandy Jo.
As many people know, I have for a long time in general opposed staying virtual. The hybrid has been good. The last time we voted council committee meetings to be virtual was when we knew the law would be expiring on July 15th, and I asked the manager whether he would be ready on July 15th to support in-person council meetings with virtual access by the public, and the manager said yes. And that included committee meetings. I don't see a reason to continue committee meetings only virtually. If that date has been met and the manager's guarantee the last time we discussed this is still accurate, there's no need to continue virtually when some of us do better in person. But if this council wants to continue virtually, I am at the point where I believe this council then should make a determination not for 2 months. If the council, I guess what I'm saying is if the council has no desire to ever have committee meetings in person again, which I feel like the more we see these motions for no other reason other than we don't want to go back in person, then we should acknowledge that. And we shouldn't be just randomly extending this month by month by month. And we should be having the conversation more permanently than that. And I would never support a permanent extension, but I think we're being disingenuous if we don't have the conversation of how are these meetings going to be. The manager last time promised that he'd be ready to support virtual public access, which was the sole reason we weren't considering committee meetings in person up until this point. So if we have the ability to support virtual public access while meeting in person, I don't support committee meetings meeting virtually anymore.
Okay. Anika.
Another question for clarification. Before COVID and council committees going remote, were there exceptions to the rule? Did you have people for various reasons, whether they were, health reasons or whichever, that were allowed to participate remotely?
There were always exceptions. However, there has to be a quorum in the room and the person chairing the meeting has to be in the room and a note taker has to be in the room. That is the rule both for the council and for committees. So in other words, and I have participated, for instance, in a finance committee remotely because I was traveling. So yes, you can. Again, it has to be by permission of the chair of that committee. So there is the option to participate remotely. Okay, does that answer your question, Anika?
Yes.
Thank you. Alicia.
Thank you, and I apologize. I just missed if you could say which motion it is that we're voting on, if you can say it again, Lynn.
Right now, we're doing, if allowed by law, to continue to hold all town council committee meetings virtually with virtual public access until September 19, 2022.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Kathy? You need to unmute.
Thank you. Just one other clarification, Anika. The key piece Mandy just flagged is we never had virtual public participation before. So a committee could meet. I had to do remote for finance once, but anyone who wanted to come to finance committee as public had to be physically in the room. So the big innovation with Zoom is that all of our committee meetings can have virtual public participation. And I think what Mandy was referencing is we haven't had the technological ability to continue the public to the elementary school building committee would be a really good example of this. Meeting at 8:30 in the morning, we had regular public participation every morning. If we had been in a physical room in the old way, they would have had to be in the room with us.
And let me extend further on this. The commitment for the council is that we will continue virtual ability to attend meetings, even if we're all back in person, okay? For committees, I have to look to the town manager because it gets a lot dicier based on the amount of staff. Paul?
So we differentiate in two ways. One is the council and the council committees. And what I had said is that we will support the council in any decisions that you make, and we can accommodate that. Typically, council committees don't meet at the same time. They meet, and so this is the room that we use for these hybrid meetings. The other room, we don't have other meeting rooms. As we look to, what I'm understanding from a lot of people is that a lot of the committees want to meet together in person, but we're hearing overwhelmingly from the public that they like remote participation, not just remote watching, which is available, but actually being able to make public comment, for instance. And so I think that becomes more of a challenge as we start to broaden it with other committees. We have experimented with some small committees to see how we could do it without intense IT support, i.e. the Board of Assessors, because they were very eager to meet together. We were just sort of saying, figuring out, could our department heads handle it without IT support? And it worked, but like just here, like we often have somebody who has a bit of a connectivity issue. So it's useful, but we, even if we stay in this format, we want to migrate away from having online, IT support in real time. It's just, it's an intense commitment of resources to have.
Right. I mean, for the public's
staff.
purposes, we have an IT person who's downstairs in the IT room the entire time we are in this council room. And he comes up at the beginning of the meeting and then goes down and can be back up here if we have a problem. So not only do we have to have a minute taker in the room for each meeting, but we have to have an IT support person in the building. That's where the issue really comes in. So Shalini?
Clarification for, so it sounds like if there are exceptions, okay, during summertime, the people are traveling and it sounds like we do need a quorum in person. So even though there can be exceptions and people can attend committee meetings over Zoom, but we still need a quorum in person.
That is
right?
correct.
So then do we want to consider that during summertime, we do the Zoom meetings? Because I don't know, unless we feel confident that there will always be a quorum present.
So let me just, it does require that if, first of all, if the governor doesn't sign the bill or the legislature doesn't pass it and the governor sign it, we have no choice. We all go back to meeting in person. There has to always be a quorum of the body in the room. The person chairing it has to be in the room and a note taker has to be in the room. And what I'm hearing from the town manager is that we will do everything we can to make sure that there's IT support for council committees and the council so that we can have virtual attendance and public comment. That's what we're trying to make sure is the fallback if we're not allowed to meet virtually. Okay, that's the allowing is something that's a state decision, not a town council's decision. They have to allow it before we can decide. Okay, Jennifer?
I think it's worked well virtually. I mean, it's nice to be in person, but I think it's worked well. And if there's, it's a burden for the town staff to have to the hybrid meetings, I think if we're allowed to continue to have committee meetings virtually, we should, why not do that?
Alicia?
I just have a hypothetical question, but I'm curious as to know that if there was not a quorum that was able to be present, would that meeting then be canceled?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Mandy Jo?
Yeah, so that's always been the case prior to COVID. Like, if the governor doesn't pass the law, we go back to prior to COVID, which is in-person meetings, quorum has to be present in the room. That's what it had to be before, even with the remote participation before. I guess my point is, if the governor passes a law, if this council is saying committee meetings, if the governor passes the law, we don't want committee meetings in person, we want them only remote, then we shouldn't just be extending this deadline 2 months at a time. This council should be making that decision that says, we're never going to have in-person meetings if the governor allows us not to. Like, we're at the point where we shouldn't just be extending and making that choice on a 2 months basis. We should be making that choice as long as things are allowed. I don't support that choice. I think the committee meetings should be similar to how the council meetings are, which is if people want to be in person, they come in person, and be allowed to do that. So I would not support a motion. I don't support this motion. I don't support a motion that would say virtual if the law allows virtual until the law doesn't allow, or until the end of our term, but I think it's disingenuous for us to just be pushing this decision every 3 months.
Yeah. And in defense of the September 19th, I looked at our calendar. I chose a meeting into September to get us through the summer and to get the legislature to act. I don't enjoy these debates every 3 months any more than you do, Mandy Jo. I just am trying to get us over this hump so we know what we're dealing with from a legislative standpoint. So the motion that is on the floor is to, if allowed by law, to continue to hold all town council committee meetings virtually with virtual public access until September 19th, 2022. That means through September 19th. Okay. Any further questions or comments? Shalini?
So I was interested in hearing from members who may have health concerns. They don't have to share what it is if for privacy reasons or whatever, but like, are there childcare, healthcare, any concerns that would make it easier? I understand this is how we did it earlier, but now we know a different way. And that being said, I do realize the value. I personally find it more convenient to be home, but when I'm here, I know it's important. And there is something about meeting people in 3D and really feeling, connecting. So it's a very important part of us doing our work effectively that we meet in person. But I think it's also important to hear from members if there are any concerns that would prevent them from attending in person.
I want to reiterate that people do not need to comment on this. They also don't need to talk about their own personal circumstances. I would think it's best to just keep it to the general. Alicia?
Thank you. Yeah, I just have one suggestion that if we were to return to completely in person, and that would just be for committees to, as they already do, to continue to find meeting dates amongst themselves that works for everyone, and just emphasize that it is difficult for people like myself with full-time jobs to have meetings during the day, especially if they'll be in person. So just to emphasize for other members to be flexible and to be working with the other committee members to find dates where people,
Right.
majority people can make it to the meetings.
I appreciate that, Alicia. Jennifer?
We asked the town staff to do so much. I would just hate to burden them with having to have hybrid committee meetings. So I would make the decision to remain virtual on that alone.
Okay. Would either Paul or Athena like to comment? Nope. They're going to do whatever we decide. All right. Motion on the floor Has been made, seconded. Any further comments? Then I'm going to begin with Dorothy Pam,
Yes.
Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Andy Steinberg,
Yes.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Alicia Walker,
Yes.
Shalini Baumilne,
Yes.
Anna Devlin Gothier,
Yes.
Lynn Griesmer's and I, Mandy Johanicky,
No.
Anika Lopes,
Yes.
Michelle Miller.
Yes.
Okay, it is 10 in favor, 1 opposed, no abstentions, 2 absent.
Lynn, may I make a comment before we move on?
I'm sorry,
May I make a quick comment before we move on?
please.
If there isn't special legislation passed before July 15, our next meeting on July 18 will be in person. We'll have in-person access, and I'll make sure to send out those request forms and all of that I sent out before again, so that you all have access to them in advance.
This
of
is the
meeting.
comment if legislation does not pass.
If it's not passed,
If
and
it
we
is
have to
not
go
passed,
back to
right.
the pre-pandemic
Right.
rules.
I mean,
Um,
we literally, we just got an email just today giving us the latest update from Senator Comerford's office. So, okay, we're going to appointments, and in this case, we have to deal first with the Historic Commission. Mandy Jo, you asked that be pulled, and I would like you to speak to your reasons, and then we'll move on to vote.
So I'm going to make a motion so I don't have to motion to divide.
Sure.
So that it's actually going to be 2 motions, and then I'll speak to the second one. So I'm going to move to approve the following town manager reappointment as filed with the town clerk on June 22nd, 2022, effective immediately for the local historic district commission for term to expire June 30, 2025, Greta Wilcox.
Second.
So Greta is not the one I have a question about, and so I just want that one to go through. I pulled it for the other one, and I'll speak to the other one when we get to that one.
Athena,
Yes,
this is I'm sorry. Thank you, Greta Wilcox. Okay, that motion has been made. Is there a second?
Second, Shalini.
Thank you. We're going to, any comments on that one? Then we're going to go ahead and vote on that motion, which is to approve Greta Wilcox. And so let me start with Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Andy Steinberg,
Yes.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Alicia Walker,
Yes.
Shalini Baumilne,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis.
She's absent.
I'm sorry. I knew that. Anna Devlin Gothier.
Yes.
Lynn Griesmer's and I, Mandy Johanicky.
Aye.
Anika Lopes,
Yes.
Michelle Miller,
Yes.
and Dorothy Pam.
Yes.
So it's 11 in favor, none opposed, no abstentions, 2 absent. Now, your second.
So I'll make the motion, but then I'll explain why I'm going to vote against the motion, but I can still make the motion to approve the following town manager reappointment as filed with the town clerk on June 22nd, 2022, effective immediately, local historic district commission for term to expire June 30, 2025, Karen Winter.
Okay, and I'm going to second it so that you can go ahead and speak to your motion.
Thank you. I just want to say, first of all, I have nothing against Karen Winter personally. She has served the local historic district commission admirably, as far as I understand. And so it is nothing about her personally, but the council just appointed Karen to the planning board for a 3-year term. And it is my understanding that the local historic district commission is a body that must issue certificates of appropriateness or inapplicability prior to or simultaneous to the consideration of application for site plan reviews to build if the if the person is applying to build in that historic district from the planning board when the property is in the local historic district. So I actually believe it's inappropriate for a member to serve on both, since both are regulatory and the planning board decision on a site plan review is by necessity influenced by the local historic district commission's decision and extensively and discussion on the issuance of their certificate of appropriateness. Having one planning board member be extensively involved in the discussions on building appropriateness prior to or simultaneous with the applicant coming to the planning board to discuss site plan review applications does not, in my mind, bring a level of either neutrality or equal level of knowledge to the planning board public hearing process or discussion that I expect members to have. Since the local historic district commission charge does not specifically state and ask for planning board members to be represented on the local historic district commission, for these reasons, I oppose appointing Ms. Winter to the local historic district commission as a reappointment.
Mr. Bockelman, since this is your appointment, would you like to speak to this?
Yeah, so I guess the point from my perspective is that she was on the local historic district commission when the council made the appointment to the planning board. That's unknown information. That was known information. So you made that knowing that she was a member of the local historic district commission. And so given that there was full knowledge for the council to making that appointment, it could have made a different decision at that moment in time. So you have the prerogative to not approve this appointment. But it did not, because the council made that appointment, it didn't seem that there was an issue with that at the time.
Mandy Jo, at the time that she was interviewed, was there any discussion regarding this?
There was no discussion, but at the time she was interviewed, her term on the local historic district commission was set to expire June 30, 2022, and she was appointed to the planning board starting July 1, 2022. So the terms would not have, at the time we appointed her, conflicted or overlapped at all.
I'm going to take a comment from Dorothy Pam, and then I'm going to come back and ask another question. Dorothy.
Okay, so these are very interesting points. I wanted to ask a more general question, and that is about people serving on more than one committee. I had kind of thought that people could only be on one, but then I noticed the other day that Dylan Maxwell is on two, and I don't know how many other people are on two. So I think I'd like a little clarification on the idea of people serving on two committees. Now, I do know that this is within the context of us having a hard time getting good volunteers to serve on our committees and commissions. And I know that Karen Winter is in fact a fabulous, hardworking member of the local historic district. And I would assume that she would bring a lot of talent to the planning board. But I'd just kind of like some clarification on one person serving on more than one committee. Thank you.
There's nothing that prevents a person from serving on two committees or more. In fact, Anna Devlin Gothier is an example of somebody who's done that. And there might be others. Michelle? Yeah, Paul?
So I think what Mandy Jo is saying is that this is different than serving on two committees. It's two regulatory bodies that can be addressing the same project that might come before them. And they, in essence, I think the concern is that this person, someone who serves on these regulatory process bodies, could have two bites of the apple in essence. And that was what was the concern that Councilor Haneke is bringing.
So I have a question or two before I go on to Kathy and Anna. Percentage-wise, how many of the items that come before the planning board also come before this commission? I mean, is it
I don't know the
often?
number. I mean, if it's a site plan review, that's a lower level than.
Yeah.
I just don't know the percentage.
Could the person
Yeah,
could the person
Jennifer.
Jennifer?
In my experience of more than 4 years on the local historic district commission, there was one time a project that came before the commission, then went before the planning board.
Okay,
Rarely happens.
all right. And is it possible that a person who has done this on one body could then recuse themselves on the second body, or vice versa?
That would be their decision. There's no requirement for them to do that. I mean, in many smaller towns, it's often the case.
Okay,
So.
all
And
right.
also after the local historic district commission did request that she remain.
Yeah, okay. Kathy? No, you're still muted.
It's, you asked my question on recusal. It seems to me that that would be the process to recommend, that if it came before the historic commission and then before the planning, that you recuse yourself on the second. And I have seen sometimes people recuse themselves. I mean, you have to recuse yourself if there's conflict of interest, but this is a different issue. So I don't have a problem with serving on both, particularly if it's not, always an overlap happening on a consistent basis. And then the one other thing is having more knowledge. I've watched several planning board meetings where it's clear some planning board meetings had a lot more knowledge about something because they were indirectly involved, knew its past history, had been on the board for a previous incarnation. So having more knowledge is sometimes a benefit, not a detriment. So I just, if it's not a frequent overlap, I think that is a good question. So I just was wondering about recusal. I'll put my hand down.
Jennifer, you seem to want to add to that.
Yeah, I actually misspoke. Just recently, a proposal came before the local historic district commission, and then a presentation went to the planning board, but it really went then to the zoning board of appeals. That's what it issued the special permit. So it actually has never happened that it went from the local historic district to get to the planning board.
Okay. Anna?
While I always, love being used as an example, I wanted to highlight Paul's point that multiple regulatory bodies is really different than an advisory and a regulatory or two advisory or whatever that might be. And my concern is that we can ask this person to consider recusing themselves, but it's up to them, right? And so I think it's not something we can require, to my knowledge. And if that's incorrect, please tell me, but I don't think we can say you must recuse in cases that come up twice. And I also don't know, I think that's what we're voting on, right? Is do we think that people should have two bites of the apple or not if they're doing good work? So anyway, Paul mostly covered what I said, but I wanted to just mention that it's not conflict of interest as defined by conflict of interest law.
Paul?
So I guess if the council is going to reject this appointment, what I would ask is that out of courtesy to the person, that we ask them which committee they would prefer to serve on. They may have gone for, I just have not had that conversation to say, if you had to choose between one or the other, which would you choose? That question, to my knowledge, was never posed to Ms. Winter. So I think that if you're going to say we're not appointing her, you might want to take some time and say, hey, which would you prefer? And then come back to the council for this appointment.
I also want to be very clear that this is not a discussion about the merits of the person. Anna, additional comment?
Yes, to that end, then it would need to be something that I would want to see written into CRC's process and TSO's process for approval of committee appointments. If that's an expectation that we are going to set, we need to set it consistently. And so it's something that we would need to look at before reappointing or appointing members in the future. It would be, but it would need to be something that TSOs and CRC have on their radar to check.
It's a lot more complicated, frankly, since we aren't the only appointing group. Jennifer?
Yeah, I agree with, I think Anna's getting at, that if we're going to make, that this is a policy decision, are we going to set as policy that the same person cannot serve on the local historic district commission and the planning board, that it can't just be in this instance? It has to be a policy. I believe it has to be a policy decision. Otherwise, how is it not personal?
Okay. There is a motion on the floor. There's been some discussion. Is there any further comment or question? Okay, so the motion in this case is to appoint Karen Winter to the local historic district commission. And I'm going to begin with Andy Steinberg,
Yes.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Alicia Walker,
No.
Shalini Balmoon,
Yes.
Anna Devlin Gothier,
Abstain.
Lynn Griesmer is yes. Mandy Jo Haneke,
No.
Anika Lopes,
Abstain.
did you say abstain?
Yes.
Michelle Miller,
Yes.
Dorothy Pam,
Yes.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 6. I have 7. 7 in favor, 2 opposed, 2 abstentions, and 2 absent. Okay. Right. I'm sorry.
May I make a quick comment?
May you make a comment,
Please.
please?
I just wanted to explain my abstention. It's because I always feel like I want to do that. In my mind, this is, again, a larger question of practice, and I did not feel like we had enough information about what that overlap meant in order to vote definitively on this measure. So I appreciate it.
Thank you. We're now going to move on to the town council appointments. And in that case, there was only one item that was removed from consent, and it was the following: to waive section 9 interviews of the town council policy on making recommendations for town council appointments to multiple member bodies for John Varner, as he was unable to attend the interview for ZBA applicants that was scheduled prior to his submission of a community activity form, but did provide to CRC written answers to the adopted interview questions. That is the motion. Is there a second? And then we'll talk about the fact that some people pulled it. Mandy Jo,
I'll second, and then I ask to be able to give a CRC report.
please. I'm sorry. I should have asked for that. Thank you. Go right ahead.
So this was a tough report to write. I'm sorry you got it so late. I think there was a miscommunication between myself and the clerk. Thank you for approving on consent the first 3 motions. As you know, CRC and this council had a very hard time finding applicants to the ZBA. In the end, we had 3 applicants that could attend the interview and 1 applicant who could not. After thinking about a process from the prior year of when it was a CRC process and some comments from the vice chair, I, as chair of CRC, offered Mr. Varner the opportunity to submit a statement of interest. Once he said he could not attend the interview, to submit a statement of interest within the time deadline and then submit written answers to the adopted interview questions, with the caveat that even if he did that, he may not be guaranteed to be considered an applicant because it was a town council policy that required interviews to be considered an applicant, but that motion could be recommended to waive that requirement by CRC. And then if the council waived, if CRC recommended that motion, and then if the council waived, he would be considered an applicant, and then he could potentially be recommended and appointed to an opening. The ZBA had 2 full member openings and 4 associate member openings. During the discussion, so he submitted both. During the discussion, CRC discussed whether we should recommend the council waive the interview requirement for him. And the members that were present were unanimous in that recommendation because they believed a few things, that the council, despite the policy given, should be flexible on that requirement. Mr. Varner submitted his CAF after the interview date was set, which means not per policy because the interview date was already set. He didn't have a choice in the interview. We always, when we set the interview date, we always poll all the current applicants to see if they're available and make the utmost effort to ensure that all applicants can make the interview. But he submitted his CAF after that point because, as we know, we were in need of applicants. So he didn't have the opportunity, and the CRC didn't have the opportunity to ensure that he could be present for the interview. We thought it was important to be flexible. And the fact that he provided those written responses means he made an effort, and we had some information. So we recommended unanimously that CRC, that the council waive that requirement so that he could be considered for an appointment, because unless that requirement is waived, he cannot be considered for an appointment. After that recommendation was made, we then considered him for an appointment to an associate member, having already voted to recommend appointment of the 2 people seeking reappointment to full members. There were only associate member vacancies open for recommendation at that point. At that point, CRC members, 3 CRC members expressed concern with his application and his responses to those to the written interview questions, and were concerned that just, you know, in contrast to all the other applicants that spoke about the need for compromise, for weighing different points of views, for things like that, his responses seemed very strict and non-open to considering weighing different views, and that they did not seem complete in their written responses. One CRC member asked me as chair how long he had to respond to the written interview questions. And I said, I gave him over a week from the time I offered him this potential path towards becoming an applicant, and that I actually did not put any limits on what he wrote in terms of word counts or anything. As you can see, the vote was 1 in favor of appointment, 3 against recommending appointment, and 1 absent, who had indicated that if they were there, they would have been in favor of recommending appointment. When I wrote this memo, and when I wrote to Mr. Varner, and when I informed the president that this was the vote, I also informed the president I wanted time as chair to speak during this portion of the meeting so that the entire council could make that decision despite that recommendation. Because it was a negative recommendation, it could not appear on the motion sheet, but I did as chair feel it was a decision that all 13 councilors needed to make, because there are still 3 associate vacancies. Whether or not the council decides to make a motion, whether or not that motion passes, depending on whether the council waives the application requirement, there will still be vacancies in associate members on ZBA. I agree with, and I think CRC agrees with the chair of the ZBA right now, we need applicants. We still need applicants. This was not an easy decision to not recommend an applicant to appointment when there are still openings. But I wanted to point out the report and also point out that as chair, I had already requested that even if the first motion to waive the application requirement, the council policy passed, I had still asked the president to allow time for the discussion and onto the negative recommendation for appointment to give that opportunity to the full council.
I just want to clarify. Yeah, thank you, Mandy Jo. And Mandy Jo has been back and forth in contact. So the vote that is on the motion sheet is to waive. And it's only if we waive that the decision could even come forward to the council as to whether or not to appoint John Varner. So right now, that is not on the motion sheet. And the reason it is not is because it did not get a positive read out of CRC. Okay? Jennifer.
Kathy, do you want to go first? I mean, oh, go ahead.
Well, Jennifer has a statement. She was part of this whole process, so I think you should go first. I'm the one who pulled it because I wanted to have this discussion. And Mandy, what you just said was very helpful because I thought we would just otherwise plow through because I want to talk about reconsidering that vote. So Jennifer, go first.
Okay, I had a statement that I prepared that I did want to enter into the permanent record of this evening's meeting. And I wrote this on Saturday prior to the council's receiving the letter from Steve Judge, who is the chair of the Zoning Board of Appeals. So this is completely independent of that. As you'll see from my last couple of, sentences or paragraph, that I did add that after the last paragraph was written after reading Mr. Judge's letter and the report from the CRC. So with that, if you would bear with me, and I would like to enter these comments into the record of the June 27th, 2022 Town Council meeting. Last week on June 23rd, during a meeting of the Community Resources Committee, interviews were conducted to fill 4 of the 6 upcoming vacancies on the Zoning Board of Appeals. The 6 openings include 2 full-time 3-year appointments to the ZBA, as has been explained, and 4 one-year appointments for associate members, the latter of whom only participate in the absence of a full-time member for 1 year. During the meeting, I joined the other 3 CRC members who were present in voting to refer to the full council for approval 2 of the applicants to fill the 2 full-time vacancies on the ZBA. I also voted in support of the other 2 applicants we interviewed to fill 2 of the 4-year vacancies for 1-year associate positions. Although I don't always agree on matters of zoning and development with all the applicants I voted to approve, I think all are capable, willing to serve, and represent the perspective of some, though not all, viewpoints of our collective community, all of which deserve to be represented on our governing boards and commissions. Therefore, I am disappointed and saddened that a majority of the CRC members voted not to affirm Mr. John Varner, the second applicant we were considering for one of the 4 associate slots. This decision did not reflect a sense that Mr. Varner is not qualified to serve, but rather because I believe some read into his responses views out of sync with their own. It should be noted that Mr. Varner has written letters to town council, you could do a search in your email, and authored opinion pieces printed in local news publications expressing his views perhaps not shared by the majority of committee members, but certainly shared by an increasingly substantial portion of our community. Appointing residents with different positions and perspectives to town governing boards is exactly how we reach consensus and compromise, putting our thumb on the scale to ensure that boards and commissions represent only our own point of view does not well serve the larger community. As the CRC chair stated at a recent council meeting, we have been hard pressed to receive enough applications to even begin to fill the 6 upcoming vacancies on the ZBA. Yet here we had a qualified, willing, engaged, and capable applicant who was denied even a 1-year associate appointment because his views were deemed out of step with the majority of CRC members, even though this candidate shares the deeply held concerns of a great many residents of our town. In response to the CRC report of the June 23rd meeting, which appears in this evening's meeting packet, I respectfully take issue with the characterization of Mr. Varner's responses to the interview questions, which again, I fear reveal a thumb on the scale. Nowhere in Mr. Varner's responses did I discern any hint that he does not, quote, have a willingness to listen not only to the views of the applicants in public, but also a sensitivity to the opinions and expertise of other ZBA members. In the CRC's deliberation of Mr. Varner's candidacy, in addition to suggesting that his views would complement other applicants whose appointments to the ZBA we are recommending, I also stated that Mr. Varner lives in South Amherst, west of Route 116, so would broaden the ZBA's geographic representation, which the current ZBA chair indicated would be a positive addition to the board. I also stated that Mr. Varner has written to town council and authored opinion pieces and articles in local news publications demonstrating that he is an active, thoughtful, and engaged member of our community. I do wish these remarks had been included in the CRC report of the June 23rd meeting as well. We continue to have 3 openings for associate members of the ZBA. I join with Mr. Steve Judge, current ZBA chair, in expressing the hope and making the request that Mr. Varner have the opportunity to fill one of the associate slots on the Zoning Board of Appeals. Thank you.
Dorothy? Oh, I'm sorry, Kathy, you ceded to, please go ahead, Kathy.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Lynn. I wasn't sure how to bring this up. So I opted to remove that waiver of the interview process because that was the only mention of John Varner. But that flagged for me the need, and then the CRC report. I went back and reread his statement of interest. I read for the first time. I read all his responses to the interview questions. Then I read the very thoughtful letter we got from the chair of the committee, basically urging us to reconsider and vote for him to come on. And as Jennifer just said, it's just a 1-year appointment. When you read his responses, you can't, I guess you could read into them rigidity, but you could read into him a response to a leading question. And if you're ever in a personal interview versus a 1 sentence, trying to figure out what people are asking for, how long you should speak. I've watched the other interviews where the interview process itself brought out the kind of person that this person is and how they engage with you. So for the reasons Mandy just said, he didn't have that interview, but I don't read his views as rigid. And the plea we got from the chair, who has, as he said, he doesn't have a personal experience with him as a friend. He's watched him serve on multiple committees, including one, in an effort to reach consensus, and that everyone in what I've seen in the last several years, especially the associates, they come on with a very limited knowledge, but they learn a lot. And we have them as understudies. And if some have left after 1 year, deciding the level of zoning knowledge, the level of ZBA knowledge is more than what they want to focus on. And we had a couple of people who came on early on who admitted they knew nothing about these, but that they were rapid learners. And so here we have someone who's been very engaged. And I wanted to make, what I was planning on doing is making the motion to reconsider the vote and take a vote on him tonight. But I didn't know whether I had to first say we should interview him and then we should take a vote, because I think the personal interview is important, seeing that there's still vacancies. So that it's not clear to me what the right process is, but I didn't want his application to just fall into a negative without having this discussion and opportunity to vote for him. Because I would vote for him based on the statement of interest, where he wrote actually a long statement of interest showing his varied occupations over town and his long time in the town and his level of engagement. And we don't often get people like that willing to volunteer and serve on a board such as ZBA. And we still have vacancies. Even if we appoint him, we still have vacancies. So that was why I pulled this. And I wasn't sure whether I needed to ask that we actually interview him so people could get a sense of him as a person, not just read into his sentences or just make a motion to reconsider the vote and take a vote as the council. And I just need a sense of the council on which way to go, because I know it's not simple to set up another interview process. So,
Okay, so the way forward, okay, we have to consider the motion on the floor first. The motion on the floor is to waive the fact that there had to be an interview, okay? And only upon passage of that waiver can there be a motion on the floor to appoint him to a one-year appointment, associate member of the ZBA, okay? Mandy Jo, I just want to call on you until okay, Dorothy?
There are so many reasons to waive an interview, particularly at a time when it's summer, recovering from COVID, and when there's great need to fill vacancies. And when the vacancy is one that doesn't commit the committee, allows the candidate and the committee to see whether the fit is a good one or not in a one-term reappointment spot, part-time, when his only act would be to allow the committee to go forward when there are absences of the full-time members. So I find that extravagant, okay? I just think we have to be open to other points of view and other positions, and to not just narrow the room. I think we need to open the room for our discussion and our debate. And it seems to me that we had a candidate who was interested and eager, who had thoughts and ideas, which can stay the same, can change, can moderate. I'm assuming that he, like everyone here on this Zoom, has changed opinions in their process of being on the town council. The more you learn, the more you think, oh, now I hadn't thought of that. So I find it a little bit precious, that's really what I'm saying, to deny someone a chance to show whether it's a good fit or not, particularly when that person is needed. And we know that we need good people to serve on our committees. So I would vote to, I guess it is the vote you've asked for, Lynn, to what is it, suspend the Section 9, the interview, and then I would vote to offer a seat to Mr. Varner. Thank you.
Thank you. Mandy Jo?
I'm now speaking not as chair of CRC. I support waiving the requirement for the interview in this instance, as I did a year ago in waiving the CRC policy for an interview requirement for Miss Winter a year ago to become an associate member of the ZBA. But I cannot support Mr. Varner's candidacy and appointment to the ZBA as an associate member. I, in my 4 years or 3.5 years on this council, have voted many people and in support of many people, including just 2 weeks ago, that I don't actually agree with on zoning and planning issues, to the planning board and to the ZBA. But I read in Mr. Varner's responses to the interview questions a rigidity that I have not seen in any other applicant. It is a serious thing to say, I'd rather leave the space vacant and seek more applicants than appoint someone who has applied. I didn't take that lightly. But when Mr. Varner writes, public input should be of paramount importance, and then says the town belongs to all its residents, not one individual or one small group or another with some vested interest. I worry about the ability to balance the interests of an applicant, of the town, and of the abutters and of other residents. When Mr. Varner writes, abutters, especially long-standing abutters, often feel they have a tacit level of protection afforded by existing town policies, and that should be given a lot of weight. infringing on this relationship warrants the most serious of considerations, as it essentially involves the abrogation of a tacit contract between the town and the resident abutters. I have serious concerns about putting that person on a regulatory body that is set to look at applications from a person who owns a piece of land and is seeking to do something the zoning bylaw permits them to ask them to do. When they write that the abutters have a tacit agreement to basically, in the way I read it, protect what's already there, especially if they've lived there 30 years. I worry about the rigidity of someone and the neutrality of someone reviewing applications from landowners, no matter what that application, and no matter whether I agree with that application, when they come in and write something like that and say, well, if the abutter doesn't like it, it doesn't matter, because that's how I read the answer. And so I can't support the appointment of someone who in our selection criteria doesn't appear to be willing to weigh all of the information, be willing to look at things starting neutrally and go from there. You know, that's part of our selection criteria. And so, you know, I don't take this decision lightly. I think it's not the greatest feeling to say an empty spot is better, especially when we have lacked applicants for this board. And I know how much associate members are needed, but I can't ignore what this applicant wrote and how much concerning it does. It gives how much concern it gives me for a person, putting a person on a regulatory body.
Jennifer?
Mr. Varner wrote, he said, without specifics, judging whose interests should be given primacy are hard to determine. I believe the health of the environment should be an overarching consideration. Public input should be of paramount importance and should be considered as much as possible. The town belongs to all its residents, not one individual or one small group or another with some vested interest, while individual citizens must take responsibility to stay informed. Adequate time and notice should be given and made as publicly known and available as possible. That was in response to what role he thought public comment made. Mr. Varner has written extensively about his concern that of investors increasingly purchasing homes, people who have never even been to Amherst, and then renting them at prices that only students can afford. That he has talked about a small house on his street that is now renting for $4,000 a month. This is a serious issue we have in town that needs to be addressed. It may not, it may not be in your neighborhood or on your street, and it may not be your paramount issue. And one may think that, investors have the right to buy as many properties that they want and rent them for as much money as they can. That is one perspective. But there also is the perspective and deep concern of many, many residents in town that if we want to maintain our community and have a community where people can afford to buy homes or even rent homes, that families, that couples, that retirees, they're increasingly not able to afford to rent homes in Amherst and they're increasingly not able to buy homes because they are being outbid by investors often out of town who then rent them by the bedroom at prices nobody but unrelated students can afford. And whether you want to hear this or not, I realize it's not an issue in certain enclaves of our community where not everybody can afford to live. But if you have been living in on your street for decades, and then all of a sudden you have what are basically frat houses owned by absentee landlords, not maintained, that you are having, beer cans coming over your, backyard fence. I don't want to get too far off the path, but what Mr. Varner was addressing and what he has written about and what he has written to council about has to have an opportunity for that point of view and that perspective, which represents grave concerns on the part of many, many residents, that has to be able to be represented on our governing boards and committees. And I don't think there was anything in Mr. Varner's responses that went over any line or suggested that he was rigid or was somehow, so far out of sync with the rest of the community. I feel very strongly about this, that the discussion has to be able to happen. And I feel like this discussion about investors perching up, the reality of what is happening in Amherst, which is leading to the decline in our year-round population, which has all kinds of implications, that we have to be able to at least discuss it. And when someone who talks about it applies to be on a board and they can't be because we don't want to engage in that conversation, we are not, that is not a good place for Amherst to be.
Before we proceed any further, I want to make sure that the clerk is taking note of various documents that have been referred to and adds them to the packet for tonight, since they have now been essentially they're already public records. They were either emails to us, et cetera.
You're asking that I add the email to the packet?
The letter from Mr. Judge and any other items that people have referred to. I mean, it's not appropriate to have various things referred to and not in our packet. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. I mean, it's not going to get done tonight. I'm also very concerned about the fact that for whatever reason, the CRC report was provided, but didn't get posted. And that's neither here nor there, because we didn't have it posted for the full council until Monday. And this is becoming more of an issue as we get into it. Then I'm wondering if we need to delay the vote. That's a question I have at this point. Shalini?
So I am a big advocate for different points of view. That always helps us make a better decision. And in the past, both Mandy Jo and I have voted for people with points of view that are very different from us. So I don't think the concern that Mandy Jo, and I'm going to speak for myself, that I don't think the concern that I have with the responses are with respect to a particular point of view that may be different to us, or about the issue that was raised by Jennifer about the problems that a town is facing. Those are legit questions. But the question that was being asked was not pertaining to those larger issues. The specific question that I have the answer to which I had a concern, I just want to read the question because not everyone knows what we're talking about. So the specific question from CRC, which is trying to get a sense of the processes that people use in responding. We don't expect residents who've not served to know specifics and whatnot. So we just want to get a sense of how are they going to be in the middle of conflict? How are they going to be looking at competing points of view and be willing to bring the ability to listen to different points of view? So that's what we're looking out for, right? So the question was, whose interests do you think are most important in special permit or site plan review applications? The town staff, the landowner, the parties in interest, the abutters, or residents? And the response that was given was without specifics, judging whose interests should be given primacy are hard to determine. Fair enough. I believe the health of the environment should be an overarching consideration. So the part now that gets a little problematic for me is abutters, especially long-standing abutters, often feel they have a tacit level of protection afforded by existing town policies, and that should be given a lot of weight. Infringing on this relationship warrants the most serious considerations, as it essentially involves the abrogation of a tacit contract between the town and the resident abutters. In some cases, this may be trivial. In some cases, it may be grave. So again, so to me, the fact that a candidate is honing into one group and not reflecting on other stakeholders that are impacted is concerning. So that was one, my main concern. And then the other concern was with respect to the responses, especially given that we were making a special exception, which I think we should, for people who are traveling and should be able to give their interview answers in written, was that he had an opportunity to give his answers in writing. And there were a couple of places like question number 6 specifically, which was a very specific question. And the response was just, please refer to my answers to question 4 and 5. And they didn't seem they were related or relevant. So it didn't. So that was another concern that I have, but my bigger concern was definitely the process that this candidate was sharing.
Dorothy.
I don't have all my computers set up, so I can't pull up the copy of Steve Judge's letter. But he talked about having interactions with Mr. Varner, I think in some pottery or sculpture club, and how it was going to go forward for the members during COVID. And he doesn't know him personally, but he said he was just wonderful in dealing with people, in listening to different points of view, and coming together and making decisions that work for everybody. So, I think to ignore that would be very, very wrong to do. When you want to have somebody join, the real question is, how much shall I be of myself? How much do I share of what I really feel? Do I answer every question in great detail? Do I go and check records? I mean, it's a million things you can ask yourself. At some point, you sit down, you say, I'm just going to try to answer these questions, or I'm not going to bother applying to the committee because it's too much trouble and preparation to come up with the perfect answer to these questions, particularly if you haven't been talking and meeting with those people all the time. So somebody gave their best effort. And we have seen that several of this commission members of the town council can interpret those answers differently, which is normal. So I really don't go toe to toe on textual analysis, because I don't think that's a good idea. I do agree that the lack of the physical interview is a problem. Okay, I think that perhaps many of these questions would have been solved if there'd been some person to person and face to face. And I know that that's something that Mandy Jo values a lot. On the other hand, sometimes you have to do things remotely, as we've found in the last couple of years. And right now, everybody seems to be someplace else. So I just think that we're going out of our way to turn away someone who could bring something of value to our town government, a voice, someone who has thoughts and opinions, a person who will listen and learn. And I think it's a very bad precedent to set. Thank you.
I'm going to call on the 2 counselors that haven't spoken, that have their hands up. Andy?
Yes, I'm going to make a motion to postpone consideration of this motion that's on the table until the next meeting on July 18.
And the motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
I'm sorry.
The second from Miller.
Thank you. Are there any further discussions? Mandy Jo, you looked like you wanted to comment. I want to thank you, Andy, for making that motion. I think there's items that have not been readily available fast enough. And as much as at the same time, I want to just say that CRC and the chair of CRC have labored intensively over this issue of trying to recruit members for ZBA. And I think trying to have a conversation like we've had tonight is not only difficult, but not necessarily helpful as we go forward in recruiting additional members. So I'm voting in favor of this motion. I don't normally tell people how I'm going to vote, but in this case, I totally am. Kathy? Andy, do
I'm
you want
vote-
to speak anymore? Andy, did you have something else to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that this is difficult, but as this conversation has gone on, I was feeling a need to do something I don't like to do, which was abstain, because I felt that as it became clear that through no one's fault, it was not information, even the CRC report was not available to us sufficiently in advance of the meeting to give us a chance to do the kind of investigation. And it would have been helpful to actually have had some links to key information. And it was for that reason I made the motion.
Okay. Kathy?
Yeah, I totally support this motion, and I just wanted to say, Lynn, that could we also, because I logged on late this afternoon to try to find the statement of interest, the answers to the interview questions, do a quick look at who was the person we were talking about, and then Steve Judge. So there's a whole package of materials that I think would be good for all of us to have before we come back to this. Because I can read these answers differently, and I would read out a different answer to people, but I don't think that's appropriate tonight, given the late hours. I think it needs to be read in its entirety. It was a very interesting statement of interest, for example, and not everyone takes time to tell us about themselves. So I just think there's a package of material that we have about this person that we're only getting snippets of right now.
Thank you. Athena, I have a hand up
Yeah,
for the town room.
it's me.
Huh? It's you.
It's me.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't have another hand to raise. Can I include Andy in your motion, the regular meeting on July 18, because I think we have a public forum scheduled that day as well.
Andy, yes.
Thank you.
And the seconder, Michelle, we want to make sure it says the regular meeting on July 18th,
Of course, yes.
because we have a special meeting that night. Are there any other questions or comments at this time? Okay, then the motion before you, I'm sorry, Michelle.
Sorry, yeah, I'm just wondering, is there an opportunity to interview him like between now and then, or is that not, is what you're saying, Lynn, that we can't, there's no way to get him?
If CRC chose to set up another interview and interview him before then, that is the prerogative of that committee.
Got
In
it.
terms of this council's decision, we're not making a decision tonight on either of these two possibilities. Mandy,
Okay.
There's a council policy that CRC needs to follow when making recommendations. That policy only includes group interviews, and we've made recommendations for this in order to, I believe the policy would require, in order to set up other interviews, the reposting of a bulletin board notice, the resending of the whole policy again, because we've completed our recommendations for the last bulletin board posting. And so, if the council, I don't know whether Mr. Varner is available on July 14th, which is the next time CRC has a meeting scheduled. But if the council seeks an in-person interview, I would request that the council instruct CRC to essentially violate the policy that the council has passed regarding making recommendations regarding appointments to multiple member bodies that the council appoints.
Okay, so let's deal with the first the motion that's on the table, which is to delay, and then perhaps somebody, Mandy Jo or Athena, you could formulate the motion that Mandy Jo just requested the possibility of, okay? Jennifer, did you need to say anything?
So part of what I heard is that I did read the report, but I guess it appeared in the packet this afternoon, is that everyone should go back and read the packet. And I just have to say, with all due respect, I detected when I read it, it felt like one candidate was being described in the report as capable and, dedicated, and then another wasn't so much. So I'd like there to be other information to look at.
Jennifer, I have already requested that all of the other documents be included in the packet, okay? When people refer to documents in public meetings, they need to make sure that we make those documents public and available to everybody. And that's why I requested that earlier in the meeting, okay?
Meaning like a statement of interest. Yeah.
A statement of interest, the letter that Steve Judge has written to and made available to the whole council. That's one reason that all goes into that whole set of things we discuss with our attorney at least annually. Okay. So the motion is to delay discussion until the regular meeting on July 18th. Is there any further discussion or question on the motion that we're voting on? Okay, then we're going to start with Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Alicia Walker,
Yes.
Shalini Bone Milne,
Yes.
Anna Devlin Gothier,
Yes.
Lynn Griesmer's an aye, Mandy Jo Haneke,
Aye.
Anika Lopes,
Aye.
Michelle Miller,
Yes.
Dorothy Pam,
Yes.
Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Andy Steinberg.
Yes.
It's unanimous with 2 people absent. Now, Mandy Jo, do you want to try to formulate a motion about CRC doing something?
Not particularly, because personally, I think it treats certain people unfairly. Because there were other people that, I don't know, if we're going to do interviews, I believe that we should open it up to everyone who currently has a CAF within the last 2 years per the policy, not do something separately. We have Mr. Varner's answers to the written questions. I don't think we should, so I don't want to formulate that motion because I can't support it in any way it is formulated.
Okay. Shalini?
Yeah, I had a question, just clarifying before we go ahead along the lines of what Mandy just said, that, so we have the responses from this person, and what would the interview look like? Would we be allowing him to say other things? Because then that would be different from what other people have done. So unless we now open it up to new, and he can be part of that, allow new,
And that's what Mandy Jo's saying. So our options are the following. Let's just be really clear. We either open it all back up and seek additional applicants, et cetera, or we wait until the 18th. We make sure all of the documents are available, and then we reconsider. Are we then at that point consider the motion that was on your motion sheet, which was to waive section 9, interviews of town council policy on making recommendations from town council appointments to multiple member bodies. And then depending on the outcome of the vote on that, meaning there won't be an interview, you'll just have all the materials. The outcome on the vote to that, if it is positive that we would waive it, then we can actually entertain a motion to appoint John Varner to the ZBA. The other option is to open the whole thing back up again. And I think what I'm hearing from other people, while you still have vacant seats right now, you don't have candidates. Dorothy? Excuse me.
Well, if indeed there are candidates, then I would say let's open it up, because the chair of the ZBA would really like all the positions filled. The work is very hard. The ZBA is an incredibly exacting body, and they have many things that they do, and they need these associate members so that the business can go forward. So if there aren't other candidates, then do what Lynn just suggested. So are there a bunch of other candidates out there or not? That's the question.
Okay, let me just mention, there are two things that could happen, and both could happen. One is we can proceed at our next meeting to waive this requirement for Mr. Varner, and depending on the outcome of that, we can vote him. In the meantime, CRC can again go out and plead with people to apply to ZBA and hold a whole nother interview process, possibly not till this fall, given that they've already gone through this. I mean, I'm leaving all of this to the chair of the committee and to the committee. But, if we open it back up between now and, the 18th, we're not going to be moving on this one. It's too much. There's too many steps involved that have been carefully followed by a committee that's already put an enormous amount of time into this. Kathy.
Lynn, I was just going to request that when we see the motion sheet for the 18th, assuming that we have to first vote on the waiver, that you say, depending on the outcome, the second vote is a motion to appoint. So we don't have to go through a whole, I'd like to make that motion and have it coupled with, if the waiver happens, then we move to the other. So you've set up motion sheets like that. One is contingent on the other. So if that would be possible, we would just go into the meeting knowing if we don't waive the interview, it's all over. If we waive the interview, then we're voting on the appointment. So that's a request.
Right. I'll explore that with the town clerk.
Okay.
I'm sorry, the clerk to the town council, not the town clerk. Thank you. Any further? Thank you, Anna. I appreciate that correction. Any further questions on this? We're going to move to the vote. This is to delay to the 18th. We already voted that. Good, thanks. I'm sorry. It's not my best hour either. Could we go on to committee reports? CRC?
CRC will be holding a community forum or some sort of named event. We haven't decided on a name on July 25th at 7 p.m. Here and online. If we need to meet in person because of the state law, it'll be here in the town room. The room's already reserved. It will be on rental registration. CRC has exactly one meeting before that date where we'll be deciding and talking about how to do that forum. So sorry, I don't have more information about that. We've been bogged down with things like appointments and other required things we've had to deal with. So you've heard enough from CRC today, but I just wanted to put that out there yet again. We're hoping to have a lot of people involved. And Shalini has worked hard on the outreach portion. So you'll probably be seeing some emails about how to outreach soon in terms of additional outreach beyond the public forum sometime after July 4th. There is a hope that we'll be able to get an engaged Amherst site up at least in a basic format that will then be added to throughout the months to start with that prior to the forum.
So that will be Monday, July 25th.
Monday, July 25th at 7 p.m.
Okay. And we'll make sure that that is listed on the agenda that we publish for the 18th. Thank you. And I hope you'll come up with a name for it by then. A discussion. How's that? Kathy, elementary school building.
We met on, I guess it was Friday. Today's Monday, right? And Paul took over, ably chaired. We voted for the preferred schematic report, and Dinesco pulled the final pieces together and it has been submitted to MSBA. They confirmed that they received it. So that happened at about 4:30 this afternoon. They pretty much worked on it over the weekend. We will commence to be meeting probably every other week starting July 15th. And right now it's going to be that regular Friday morning at 8:30 meeting time. There will be a meeting on July 6th. It hasn't been posted yet. I just heard this afternoon, so I'll get it posted tomorrow. The Net Zero Subcommittee meeting on July 6th at 8:30 in the morning. And the key part of that meeting will be to look at the issue of the HVAC system, geothermal wells versus ground source heat pumps versus air source heat pumps, which system we are. And then there are a few other issues that have come up that have to do with net zero and the basic sustainability and energy efficiency of the building. So that meeting, that subcommittee will then make a recommendation to the full committee, which they will see on July 15th. So just for those who haven't followed this process of MSBA, by submitting this report, we go, assuming they just have minor questions, we go to their meeting at the end of August where they have to actually give a green light. You're now in schematic design. And that's when we're going to start seeing 3D designs, decisions about the colors of the exterior, the kinds of things you're seeing with a library. The design team is also going to arrange for visits to at least 3 schools so we can see some of the things we've been talking about in different schools and how they did an outdoor play and learning area, or what a cafetorium can look like, how they've used public spaces. So those visits will probably happen in July. We haven't scheduled them yet.
Okay, thank you. Alicia, did you have anything you wanted to add from that committee?
No, thank you.
Okay. Finance Committee, Andy?
Yes, not going to add to the written report, but cover a different topic entirely because the written report stands on its own. We have a meeting scheduled for July 19, and of course, now it's been thrown into question as to how we're going to have that meeting, which is something that I'll have to work with the clerk on over time. The time is 3 p.m. The significance of the meeting is that we have been, as a finance committee, feeling that it is important to get an update to the 4 major project plan that shows what the estimated costs is, timelines, financing, and how all the pieces fit together. And it involves that complex software that those of us who are on the first council are somewhat familiar with, but it hasn't really been formally presented. So I think that the council president was planning to also notice it as a meeting of the council so that all members could attend and participate. So that is our plan for the 19th, but as I say, that there's a bunch of logistical questions that are now sort of out there as far as whether it has to be an in-person meeting or not. And I'll just work with Athena and we'll keep everybody informed.
And we are posting that with the Finance Committee's chair's agreement as a committee of the whole. And so again, that is on July 19th at 3 o'clock. And let me just mention for those of you that have never seen this model or worked with the model, it's complicated but simple in many ways. You get to some fast realizations, and the reason it's going to the Finance Committee at this point is because the last time it went to the Finance Committee, we added some additional tweaks before we took it out for, I mean, it's still public, but before we're ready to really use it full time. GOL, I'm sorry. Yes, GOL. Michelle?
We took a break, so we have not met since the last meeting, so there's not much of an update, but we'll be meeting again on the 9th, I believe it is. Sorry, let me just double check that. The 6th, excuse me, at 9 a.m.
The 6th at 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay. Anika, Jones Library.
Okay, so probably some exciting news is that the first payment from the trustees to the town from the library's commitment of $500,000 was just made. And let's see what else. So the committee is still heavy into the schematic phase. With the first phase of public input coming to a close on July 1st. Comments are still eagerly encouraged. The last design subcommittee meeting discussed a proposed enclosed space for the Civil War tablets, as well as a second elevator for the building. And let's see, the next meeting, the next Jones Library Building Committee meeting will be July 5th. The next design subcommittee meeting on July 8th. And the outreach subcommittee is taking a short pause and will reconvene on July 19th.
Great, thank you. For those people who are not on the council, when we voted to move forward with Jones Library, we have a separate MOU with the library that includes them paying to us, to the town, in regular installments of money as they have it over a 5-year period to cover the additional fundraising money that was part of the agreement. TSO, Dorothy?
There's a meeting scheduled for this coming Thursday, June 30th, but there is no agenda as of this time. We have many issues that we're working on, but as you know, there's an awful lot of stuff going on all at once, all over the town. So unless I can meet with you and the town manager tomorrow at 8 o'clock, I am not available the rest of the day until around 4 o'clock, and that would be too late for open meeting to post an agenda. So we either do that or we postpone the meeting until the presenters are ready to make their presentations.
I can be available at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Even if the town manager isn't, we can make sure that we get an agenda together for TSO. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Are there any liaison reports? Okay. We've approved the minutes. Paul, town manager's report.
Thank you. Just have a couple things. One is Friday night, there will be fireworks and real fireworks in celebration of Independence Day. On July 5th, Tuesday, after we will have our swearing in ceremony, and you are all invited for the CREST program, and we hope to make sure it's the DEI program, the DEI director as well. Hopefully she'll be able to be here that day as well. And that's the only, my report otherwise speaks for itself.
Are there questions of the town manager? Anna?
Yeah, so Paul, did we sort out the Conservation Commission rep to CPA?
No. So what we do now is we ask all the different people who have appointees, like the Conservation Commission, Planning Board, to all their different committees. We ask them to make those appointments.
So there was an appointment made earlier this year, but then I don't know what happened to it.
Okay.
It was one of the first appointments we made on TSO.
Okay.
Was to appoint someone. I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe that was true.
I'll double check that. So it's a Concom appointment to CPA?
Yeah, I thought it was Laura, but anyway, I just want to make sure they're represented because I saw in one of the reports that it was vacant and
Okay.
I don't want it to be
I
vacant.
can look in that.
Thanks.
Shalini?
Paul, could you give us an update of the Pomeroy Village, the roundabout thing? When is the expected date for that to?
I don't know the expected date. I know they're getting closer on, they've continued to refine the design because to minimize the amount of land that they've taken, there is going to be some requirement for the one property owner that we go back to the planning board so that they don't fall out of compliance on zoning. Because we need to take about 2 parking spaces on the edge, and we promised that we would recreate those 2 parking spaces someplace else, but it takes up some grass area, and they're also struggling, they're tight on their paved area. So in terms of when the actual construction starts, I don't know, but I'll find that out for you.
And just one other question about the new Groff Park. I know it had gone to Conservation Commission, the bridge railings, and is there any update on that?
Yeah, so that is, I think I mentioned that, maybe I mentioned that in my town manager report. So there is, I think that's all set to go. They just have to bid it out and get it done. Yeah. And they have funding and everything is there.
Okay. Dorothy?
2 quick questions. I know at one point there was a problem with the spray park at Groff Park. Has that been running smoothly this summer, the spray park?
So there's a couple things with the spray park. So earlier in the year, we had a lot of trouble with it because there was a ton of pollen and that would clog up the system, and then it had an automatic shutdown, and then it would just shut down because they had too much pollen, couldn't process and it was dumping a lot of chemicals into it to counteract the pollen. And then that was wearing down our chemical supply. And this is happening on weekends. So they have since recalibrated that. What they've come up with is a way to, I think they're still experimenting with it, of having it run for 45 minutes, give it 15 minutes to recover. And then they think that will happen. On weekends, we're trying to figure out a system because we really need someone there. We have staff on duty from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. We need someone there at around 5 p.m. or 4 p.m. to run the system back, with a system. You have to backwash the system. That has to be done on a regular basis. So we have no summer employees for DPW this year. No one had applied. I think because Popeyes is paying $3 an hour more than we're able to pay. And so we're looking at trying to get people to come in on overtime to do that, but it's a pretty heavy expense for that. So all that being said, I'm telling you all the details. We're trying to figure it out so it can stay open. This has been something that's been popped up with us multiple times. So during the week, it's not as big an issue. So right now it's scheduled to run from 10 in the morning to 6 at night. I think that's what they're trying to settle on those hours.
Well, I think it's fabulous that the town did the spray park, and the summer, the heat makes it more important than ever. And if there's something that we at the town council can do to make it possible for this to run a little bit smoother, then you should ask us to do it, because I think it's extremely important that we have that spray park running. It's a source of great local happiness to a lot of people. My other question is about the Tan Brook. Our Conservation Commission was overruled by the state DEP, and I wondered how strongly the town will support our Conservation Commission's ruling, because I've heard that the state person had to fill in for somebody, it wasn't an area of expertise, that the ruling is not very detailed. And I know that our Amherst Conservation Commission did a very thorough job. So I'm just wondering what kind of support is the town going to offer our commission?
So in a situation like that, if our staff feels that the state has made a really poor decision, we look at the feasibility of challenging it legally, and we'll review that with the town attorney. If the staff feels like there's a case to be made, we don't do that lightly, but I have not had that conversation with the conservation administrator at this point in time, but I can look into that as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Alicia?
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. Dorothy's question reminded me. I think there's some kind of issue with the War Memorial Pool. I think on the website it's listed as a technical, mechanical issue. And I was wondering if you could maybe give us an update on that and what is happening with that. And then my other two questions might not be able to be answered right now, but I was looking for maybe like regular updates on, again, the progress with the Resident Oversight Board and what is happening there with negotiation. And then I'm wondering if we also get regular updates on things that we're doing in regards to the community choice aggregation, and if that is also in negotiation or what the status of that is. And I'm just requesting that maybe we have an update on those things with the next town manager's report.
So community choice aggregation, there's a pretty detailed summary of what has happened in the town manager's report. We did sign a contract with a consultant to move that process forward. So that's a pretty big hurdle that we got over. On the Residents Oversight Board, that's one of the things that the new DEI director will be taking on as one of her primary responsibilities as when she gets her feet under her and gets that moving forward. War Memorial Pool, yeah, they've had, Mill River is open, but War Memorial has had some mechanical issues with the filtration system. The issue for that has been getting parts, and I don't have a prognosis for how long, but I can find that out for you and try and get that out to the council.
Yeah, thank you. That would be awesome. I just wonder because my kids, the summer camp for the rec center uses that pool, and so none of the kids can use the pool this summer. And we all just found that out this morning. So I was trying to check for more info on the website and could not find any. So that would be awesome. I'm sure a lot of other parents are also wondering. And then also just in regards to the Resident Oversight Board, I think it was my understanding that it was either with the town attorney for review or in negotiation or in some other status that I think could be updated either before the DI director comes on, because I'm not sure she'll have much influence as to when it comes out of negotiation or what happens there. So I think I'm more so looking into what result or where we are in terms of that.
Yeah, so on the collective bargaining piece, we are working with the police supervisors union, and there's some language we have that we're discussing with them to address some of these issues. In terms of the swimming pool, I'm curious why they can't use Mill River because that pool is operational. So I can check with the recreation department about why that's not available. Clearly, we want kids to be able to use our pools, but I'll check into that. And I thought it was on our website that War Memorial was down. I'm not sure, but I think they said they were posting it on their website, so I can double check. If it's not, it should be.
Yeah, I saw it posted on the town website. It just says mechanical issues.
Yeah.
So I just was wondering if there was a further update to that. And then the director of the summer camp did say that they cannot use Mill River because there's no funding for transportation. And so they usually walk to the other pool. It's within walking distance, and they don't have buses to take them to Mill River.
Interesting. Okay, that's new information. Thank you.
Anything else, Alicia?
No, thank you, Lynn.
Anna?
All right, two things. So quickly, Dorothy, you said anything you could do, and it sounds like Paul needs some folks to be at the water park, or at the spray park from 2 to 5 p.m. So, there's an option. Really quickly about the spray park, it would be really helpful if the website could be updated to note the just kind of the general operating facts about it. That would be really helpful. Right now, it just says it'll open May 28th. And so saying, even just letting folks know that every hour it shuts down for 15 minutes. I'm going to break my own rule and give a personal anecdote. I think most of the time I'm a decently smart human, and I was sitting there banging the thing, trying to get the thing to turn on. And anyway, but also how they should report if there are concerns about it would be really, really helpful too. So just a signage saying how to turn it on and why it might not be on, as well as the hours of it at the park would be really helpful.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And we could just switch the sign and say whack-a-mole.
Yeah, that'd be great. And you could also just say questions, or is Anna being an idiot again? Like that would also be great too. That sign can go in a lot of places.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good feedback.
Anything else at this point? Okay, sorry. We're going on to town councillor comments. I did submit a president's report. My apologies for getting it to you late. There is one addition I forgot to put in, and that was on June 19th, being on the common for the beginning of the celebration for Juneteenth. I also want to share with you something that had to be included in the elementary school report, and I'm going to ask Athena to put it up on the screen. They asked for a potential timeline that would involve actions of the council. And so they have said that they would have a dollar figure to us in terms of what MSBA would give us by the end of November. And so I said that sometime either December 5th or 19th, which are our two council dates in December, that we at that point would make our decision to put out a debt exclusion override, that the vote for the override would be sometime toward the end of March. I picked Tuesdays because that has traditionally been the date to vote in Amherst and nationwide. And then we have potentially 3 meetings in April, given the outcome of the override vote, when we would then vote to bond, which has to happen within 120 days. And it also has to happen in order to be able to begin the actual schematic design. So those are potential dates, and they had to be in the report. And I used the town council calendar to estimate those dates. None of that is final, just we had to give them dates in the report. Dorothy?
I hope that with a March vote that you have extensive mail balloting, because we could have a blizzard at that time that would really depress the vote.
The new state law does allow that. Kathy?
I just want to underscore with Lynn putting these dates up here. It says debt exclusion, but we actually have to figure out how to finance the school. So we're going to be, what part of it's debt exclusion and where else do we have money? And that's part of the July 19th discussion on revisiting the financing model and trying to figure this out. So that there will be, MSBA will give us their number, so we'll know what else has to be raised. It doesn't necessarily mean all of it has to be in the debt exclusion, but that's to be determined.
Mandy Jo.
So I know we'll have plenty of time to talk about this, but I'm going to urge in terms of process, you just said 120 days. Is that from the MSBA vote and determination, or is it from our vote? It's from their determination of funding?
The way I understand it, it is after the vote of the override, you have 120 days to vote the bond.
Okay, because I was going to say,
Yeah.
the vote bond is not within 120 days at all. None of them are within 120 days of the MSBA decision on how much they'd fund. So
let me put it this way. I worked through this with Kathy as chair, with Sean, and with Margaret to make sure that everything was within the law.
Okay.
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 But yes, because I had the exact same question. Is it from when we vote to when it goes on the ballot, or is it from when it goes on the ballot to when we bond? And it's the latter.
Okay.
Okay.
Then my other comments probably don't matter.
No, and I just would say, Mandy, we could take longer, but what the design team is trying to do is get to the point that they can start to go out to bid for construction, so they can, this is all working backwards from the school opening in the fall of 2026. So trying to, going bonding in April lets them start doing something sooner rather than later in 2023. So the schedule is driven by some of that and when the MSBA meets.
If there's no other questions on that, let me just then mention, I also did provide you with a future agenda items. As one counselor pointed out, oh my God, it goes all the way to December. And I said, yeah, but it changes all the time. And then there has been some discussion about need for another retreat, particularly as we look at priorities. And so I gave dates to Athena, and she has developed a poll, and it is being sent out for me tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Those dates would be in September, on Saturdays in September, and I think I went as far as October 1st to get a poll for when we could do a retreat. Are there other questions or comments from counselors at this time? Anna.
I have a question and then just a general comment.
Mhm.
Sorry, could you reiterate what's the intended outcome of a second retreat?
To really focus on our priorities and making sure we're talking about what it is we want to accomplish within the next, at that point, 1 year and 3 months.
Okay. I have an unrelated statement.
Mhm.
Can I read it? Okay. So I just wanted to take a minute to say this. Roe v. Wade was passed before I was born. I've never known a country like the one we now live in, a country where bodily autonomy does not exist for many, many people in it. Criminalizing abortion does not stop abortion. It only makes it dangerous for those seeking that care. Most Americans support the right to access abortion care, and abortion is still legal in Massachusetts. We have a responsibility to support people from around the country in accessing safe legal care. We need to and are looking at how our local policy can protect things like the privacy of those seeking care and those providing it. We need to, and we are working to ensure our police are not asked to comply with external investigations regarding those seeking care here. We need to support our local institutions of higher education in offering medication abortion. This list goes on and on. There are threads we can pull. There are things we can do. So I hope, to my fellow counselors, to anyone who's still stuck with us and watching, I hope that you'll join me in finding and pursuing those avenues where we can take action. And to those who need a little extra care and love right now, which is a lot of people, we're standing with you. We're going to fight for you. And I hope that in this moment that is so easily all-consuming with darkness, that we seek out and amplify the hope and the light, and we use it to drive change, not just seeking it, but using it. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Are there any other comments from the council at this time? Seeing none, then the meeting is adjourned at 10:53. Don't do that.